Chapter 2354. At this moment, the Qingyuan flower looked very nervous. Although it was not to the extent that she lost her composure due to nervousness, it was obvious that she was affected by the terrifying demonic intent released by the 5 heavenly demon spiders. The heavenly demon spider was a terrifying demonic beast that was transformed and bred by the heavenly demons. Not only did it have a ferocious attacking ability that most spider demonic beasts did not have, but it also contained a deadly poison. Anyone who encountered such a ferocious creature would be on tenterhooks and terrified. The Qingyuan flower was already very lucky. You 3 remember, no matter what happens, do not leave the battle formation. Just pay close attention to those little spiders. I will go save the Qingyuan flower. Ling Xiao, of course, did not have such noble sentiments, but the Qingyuan flower must be saved. Otherwise, he would not be able to pass the test. And this Qingyuan flower was his good brother Ling Yan's woman before he reincarnated. No matter what, he had to save her. Just as Ling Xiao was reminding Ho Renfeng, Lin Yang, and Cheng Feiying, the heavenly demon spiders had already launched their attacks. The Qingyuan flower naturally did not want to wait for death. The terrifying emotionless sword technique was displayed, exploding with powerful sword qi. But it was obvious that the power was not as strong as when it was used against the violets. This scene was seen by Ling Xiao, and he naturally understood that this was because Qing Wanhua's cultivation had yet to reach a certain level, and she had forcefully executed a high-grade jade-grade martial skill, causing this situation to occur. The consumption was too great, so much so that she could not use it multiple times in a row. Of course, even so, the emotionless sword was still very powerful. One of the heavenly demon spiders bore the brunt of the attack. The sharp sword qi directly pierced through its body and instantly froze it into pieces of ice, then fell to the ground. It died on the spot. But the Qingyuan flower did not look happy at all with one of the heavenly demon spiders killed, because she knew very well in her heart, after using this move, she would be powerless and could only be slaughtered by the heavenly demon spiders. After one of the heavenly demon spiders was killed, the remaining 4 heavenly demon spiders let out strange and angry howls. The terrifying poisonous threads shot towards the Qingyuan flower at almost the same time, wanting to kill this hateful woman on the spot. Looks like this is the end for me. Qingyuan's eyes were filled with helplessness and despair. She really didn't want to die yet. Because the violets were not dead, she did not want to die in front of the violets. Because she had just made a few true friends, she didn't want to die so muddle-headedly. She resisted with all her might, hoping to preserve her life. She also didn't want to admit defeat directly, so she directly asked the judges for help. Once she asked for help, she would lose her qualifications. If she lost her qualifications, the entire team would lose their qualifications as well. She really didn't want Ling Xiao, Ho Renfeng, Lin Yang, and Cheng Feiying to be unable to take the test because of her. She thrust out her sword again. However, the power of this strike was even weaker than before. It was unable to pierce through the heavenly demon spider's skin. Instead, the heavenly devil spider seized the opportunity and pierced her body with a tiny poisonous thread. In that instant, she suddenly felt the world spinning around her, as if her soul was about to ascend to the heavens. Not good. Qingyuan felt that her consciousness was about to disappear. At that moment, a strong arm grabbed her shoulder and stuffed an unknown pill into her mouth. "It's me. Don't resist. That was an antidote. It should be able to alleviate your symptoms. Leave the rest of the battle to me." Ling Xiao. In a daze, the blue yuan flower saw a familiar face. "I didn't think that I would be saved by you in the end. It's just that I really can't be your servant." She felt helpless. Thinking about the words she said to Ling Xiao before the test, she felt extremely guilty. What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't take that seriously. It's just that you were too arrogant at the time, so I wanted to suppress you on purpose. As Ling Xiao spoke, he brewed up a terrifying thunder, breaking all the surrounding spider webs. These spider webs were really troublesome. Every single one of them was highly poisonous. If touched, it would be troublesome. Qinghuan heard Ling Xiao's words and felt even more guilty. She had said such harsh words, but Ling Xiao had disregarded the past to save her. This made her truly understand what it meant to be a teammate, what it meant to be a true friend. You three, protect her. Ling Xiao threw Qinghuan flower out. She landed right in Cheng Feiying's arms. Then, Ling Xiao kicked a heavenly devil spider that tried to chase after him. The heavenly devil spider spat out green blood from the kick. Its body somersaulted several times in the air before finally falling to the ground. It looked like it was seriously injured. Seeing that their companion was injured, the other three heavenly devil spiders vented their anger on Ling Xiao. They roared and charged at Ling Xiao. Just in time, the thunder and lightning on Ling Xiao's body became more and more intense. When the thunder and lightning accumulated to a certain degree, his body suddenly flew out and turned into a bolt of lightning. It easily pierced through one of the heavenly demon spider's hearts. Inside the heavenly devil spider's body, there was still a constant sizzling sound from the lightning. He seems to be stronger than I thought. Qinghuan Flower was in a daze. All she saw was Ling Xiao's domineering figure, like the thunder god. Then she fainted. Boss, don't fight. Why don't we run? There are more and more spiders in the spider cave. Lin Yang yelled. Ling Xiao was in the mood to kill, but when he saw the situation, he knew that he couldn't waste any more time. Although he wasn't afraid of these heavenly devil spiders, the spiders in the spider cave were rushing out as if they didn't care about their lives. If the number of spiders reached a certain level, even he would die. Retreat. I'll bring up the rear. Ling Xiao roared. He took out his heavy sword and slashed twice. The two swords turned into dozens of lightning sword chi and exploded on the ground. A large number of spiders were blown up. Countless spiders were blocked by the terrifying lightning sword chi. At this time, Ho Renfeng and the others had already escaped. Ling Xiao saw that it was about time. He didn't want to fight anymore. He used the moon-stepping meteor steps and instantly jumped out of the terrifying spider horde and chased after his team. With the combination of his Tai Chi eye and soul power, he quickly caught up with his team. This time, bringing up the rear became opening a path. The 5 of them escaped for a full 15 minutes. After confirming that the spider horde wouldn't chase after them, they finally found a place to rest and take a breather. During the rest, Ling Xiao had time to check on Qinghuan Flower's injuries. The situation is not good. Although my antidote pill has some effect, the heavenly devil spider's poison is too strong. I need to find herbs outside to make an antidote. Ling Xiao frowned. Chapter 2355. Oh no, there's trouble coming. Just as Ling Xiao finished inspecting the Qinghuan flower and was about to continue on his way, not far away, 20 auras of different strengths were rushing towards them. 2 of the auras were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived, not giving Ling Xiao and the others any time to escape. Ha ha ha, found you. We've finally found you, Ling Xiao. In order to find you, we've worked so hard. Amidst the laughter, Desert Cloud's face was flushed with excitement. It seemed that in order to find Ling Xiao, he had really gone in circles. Fortunately, those spiders guided us. Otherwise, we might have let you escape. Akira also looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said lightly, "Last time, you escaped back to the Onyx Divine Mountain. This time, let's see where you can run to." She looked coldly at the sickly Qinghuan flower and then smiled. Originally, you were worried that with her around, it wouldn't be so easy to kill you. But now, it seems that she has become a burden. As she spoke, the other 18 people arrived and surrounded Ling Xiao and the others. Oh no, it wasn't easy to escape the heavenly demon spider's pursuit, and now we're surrounded by these fierce guys. What should we do? Cheng Feiying's face was a little ugly, because she knew very well how powerful Desert Cloud and Akira were. Not to mention, Desert Cloud and Akira had brought along 18 other helpers this time. None of these 18 people were mediocre. Their strength was ranked very high among the disciples who participated in this assessment. How could they fight? It was a sure death situation. It's you two annoying mosquitoes again. Ling Xiao frowned. The current situation was indeed not suitable for battle. You can only rely on your tongue now. Unless you use the spirit lock token to call for help, you'll die without a doubt. Akira said lightly, "That's not necessarily true." Ling Xiao looked back at Cheng Feiying and the others, then said, "Eldest senior brother, Lin Yang, Cheng Feiying, the three of you listen up. Although the Qinghuan flower's poison has been somewhat neutralized, she still can't move freely for the time being. I'll hold these people back. When the time comes, we'll meet at the Heavenly Demon Peak. You still want to leave? Today, no one is leaving." Desert Cloud said coldly, "The few of you either hand the spirit lock token or declare your forfeiture. Otherwise, you can go to hell with Ling Xiao. You, Qinghuan flowers, Qinghuan flower." Qing Luanhua propped herself up and said, "Thank you for saving me. I can't leave you behind and run away." Qinghuan flowers. She used to be a loner because she didn't want to be hurt by more people. Because she was too kind, she had been hurt a lot. She just wanted to freeze her wounded heart. But now, the ice in her heart had been completely melted by Ling Xiao. Previously, outside the spider cave, Ling Xiao could have abandoned her and left. That way, even if he failed the test, at least he wouldn't die. But Ling Xiao didn't do that. He would rather take the risk and fight the heavenly demon spider to protect her Qinghuan flower. This made her extremely touched. Now, facing another crisis, Qinghuan knew that this might be the most dangerous moment. How could she leave Ling Xiao alone? There was no doubt that the 20 people in front of him were the top 30 in this assessment. The strength of the Scarlet Deity Mountain was not a bluff. It was truly powerful. The disciples of the Scarlet Deity Mountain really had that kind of strength. This was especially true for Desert Cloud and Akira. Among the disciples of the Eight Immortals Mountain, the two of them were definitely the strongest. No one could compare to them. Qinghuan flower, thank you for your kindness, but there's something you might not like to hear. In your current situation, you can only be a burden to me. Listen to me. When the battle starts later, I'll create an opportunity for you to escape, and then leave with the three of them. After you leave, I'll be able to slip away. Ling Xiao smiled and said frankly, "You're at death's door and can't even protect yourself. You actually want to protect others? You, Ling Xiao, really don't know the current situation." Sha Moyan was very unhappy when he saw Ling Xiao's confident look. According to his thoughts, at this time, Ling Xiao should be panicking, fearful, uneasy, and even terrified and begging for mercy. It's you who don't know the situation. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "If you didn't come to me, all four groups might have passed at the same time in the end. But now, it depends on who's lucky and can survive to the end. Oh, by the way, your fifth group that disappeared was destroyed by us. It's funny that the team leader wanted to escape, and even called the people of the Eight Immortals Mountain. But so what? He's still dead, isn't he?" As he spoke, he deliberately took out the team leader's soul lock token and waved it. Every soul lock token had a soul imprint on it, and was easy to recognize. Seeing the soul lock token, the one who was most surprised was not Desert Cloud, but Qinghuan Flower. Qinghuan Flower's mind was in a mess. He killed the team leader? Even I couldn't kill him, and he killed him in a few minutes? How strong is this guy? Ling Xiao did this to make Qinghuan Flower believe in him, and then leave. Otherwise, with these people here, it would be inconvenient for him to act. Protecting people was not Ling Xiao's specialty. His specialty was killing people. How can you have that kind of ability? It must be Qinghuan Flower's doing. Fine. Since you've killed our men, we won't give you the chance to call for help today, no matter what. Desert Cloud stared fixedly at the soul lock token. The team leader who was killed was one of his loyal lackeys. He used to follow Shanghai, and after Shanghai's death, he followed him. How could he allow someone to kill his loyal lackey and still be alive? One had to look at the master before beating a dog, let alone killing a dog. You probably don't know Ling Xiao. In order for the soul lock token to call for help, it needs to release soul power. And I have a little toy that can block this kind of signal. So you won't even have a chance to call for help. You're all going to die here. Desert Cloud said fiercely. Ling Xiao sneered, and then suddenly retreated. Stop him, don't let him escape. Desert Cloud roared. Senior brother, don't worry. With us stopping them, they won't be able to escape. 5 warriors stood in the direction of the Sky Devil Peak. Of these 5, 2 were in the middle stage of rank 1 second hell, while the other 3 were in the early stage of rank 3 hell, although the cultivation of each of them wasn't very strong. But every one of them was stronger than the strongest in Ling Xiao's group, Bei Renfeng. Of course, this was only on the surface. In reality, the strongest in this group was Ling Xiao, not Bei Renfeng. If Qinghuan Flower was not seriously injured, she could only be ranked second. She was not as strong as Ling Xiao. You think you can stop me with just you? As Ling Xiao spoke, he had already rushed in front of the 5 people. Chapter 23:56. Meteor Sword Art's third move. Star Explosion. A terrifying power akin to the explosion of a star exploded among the 5 people. The 5 of them were sent flying by the explosion. It was like the fragments of a rock that flew out when it was broken. The path was clear. Ling Xiao shouted, "Go!" Hai Renfeng and the rest did not hesitate, although they were surprised by Ling Xiao's power. But at this moment, they did not have the time to figure out why. They had to escape as soon as possible. The further they escaped, the safer Ling Xiao would be. Because even if Ling Xiao was not Desert Cloud and the rest's opponent, with Ling Xiao's movement technique and the strange teleportation array, if he was alone, escaping was not a problem. What? This scene happened too quickly. Desert Cloud and Akira, including the remaining 15 people, were all shocked. The power that Ling Xiao displayed was only at the peak of the first transition level of hell. But the power that he displayed in that instant when he attacked seemed to have reached the early stage of the first transition level of hell. Because it happened too quickly, Desert Cloud and Akira could not be sure. One must know that in order to stop Ling Xiao, the 5 people from Scarlet Fairy Mountain had almost used all their strength. Although they looked down on Ling Xiao, Akira had told them to use all their strength and not underestimate him. But even so, under the situation of using all their strength, their attacks were actually so weak. Not only did Ling Xiao easily disintegrate their attacks, but they were also blown away. The terrifying power released by Ling Xiao's sword, although it had not reached the level of a high-tier Jade grade martial technique, was extremely powerful. But at the same time, it was extremely powerful. At the very least, they had never seen a mid-tier Jade grade martial skill like this. This Ling Xiao, when did he break through? And even if he really is at the early stage of the first transition level of hell, he should not be so strong, right? Desert Cloud furrowed his brows. The sense of crisis that Ling Xiao brought to him was really getting more and more serious. He remembered very clearly that when they were in the outskirts of the Eight Immortals County, Ling Xiao could only flee in a hurry when facing his attack. He didn't even dare to make a move. But today, Ling Xiao's attack was something that even he, Desert Cloud, would not dare to underestimate. We must kill him. Sha Diyun's face was gloomy as he looked at Ling Xiao coldly. He felt that he really couldn't let Ling Xiao live any longer. If he let this fellow live, then it would be hard to say who would win or lose this battle on Demonic Peak. This kid seemed to be improving at every moment. He had such thoughts. Akira had the same idea. The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock and determination in each other's eyes. They didn't want Ling Xiao to continue living. Of course, Ling Xiao also saw this point. With his current strength, it was still a little difficult to face Desert Cloud and Akira at the same time. But at this time, his teammates shouldn't have escaped far. So he had to continue to hold on. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's body began to change. He entered the Tyrant Blood Demon Dragon Martial Soul transformation. If the Steel-Armored Ox Martial Soul transformation was the ultimate defense at this stage, then the Tyrant Blood Demon Dragon Martial Soul transformation was the strongest attack among Ling Xiao's 12 Beast God transformation at this stage. After the transformation, Ling Xiao's body flashed with lightning at the same time. The intermediate Thunder Battle body was also stimulated by him. The condensation of two kinds of attack power. It showed Ling Xiao's determination. He didn't intend to passively defend, but to take the initiative to attack. This guy really has a secret. This kind of beast warrior transformation is almost extinct in the Black Tortoise continent. I didn't expect to see it on him. Akira frowned even more. The more it is like this, the more we can't let him live. This guy will definitely be a disaster if he lives. Desert Cloud said, "Go." The two suddenly released an astonishing aura, one on the left and one on the right, attacking Ling Xiao from both sides. On the other hand, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. You have to pick the soft persimmon. Although I'm not afraid of the two of you, it's a bit troublesome to deal with you. It's better to leave it for the battle against the Demonic Peak. But the rest of your Scarlet Fairy Mountain are going to suffer. When Desert Cloud and Akira pounced on him, he dodged like a slippery loach. Using the moon's stepping meteor steps, he killed the rest of the disciples of Scarlet Fairy Mountain. The crazy demonic dragon roared, swallowing and spitting out blood-colored thunder. In the blink of an eye, another two disciples of Scarlet Fairy Mountain suffered. The soul-locking tokens in Ling Xiao's hands had already increased by 7 pieces. Stop, you despicable person. Desert Cloud cursed. If you have the ability, fight with me. You have the face to say that I'm despicable? *CK, 20 people against 1 me. How thick-skinned do you have to be to say that I'm despicable? Ling Xiao cursed secretly, but his hands did not stop moving. As the blood-colored lightning shuttled back and forth, another 3 people were teleported away, and the soul-locking cards fell into his hands. In just over 10 minutes, Scarlet Fairy Mountain had already lost 2 teams. Desert Cloud and Akira's beautiful plan was completely ruined by Ling Xiao. You guys run first. Leave this guy to the 2 of us. At this time, Akira thought of letting his own people run first. The original encirclement had turned into running for their lives, causing the warriors of Scarlet Fairy Mountain to be extremely sullen. But it was useless to be sullen. They were not as good as Ling Xiao. If they did not run, they would be eliminated. Akira and Desert Cloud blocked Ling Xiao's path of chasing after the Scarlet Fairy Mountain warriors, who knew that Ling Xiao would not chase after them, and instead fled in the direction of Devil Peak. The time he had bought was almost enough. There was no need to continue wasting time here. He had plenty of opportunities to deal with Desert Cloud and Akira. Now that he was fighting 1 against 2, it was really not easy. Stop! Desert Cloud's speed instantly soared to the extreme, turning into a cloud of sand, and showed signs of catching up to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked back and frowned slightly. Then he suddenly stopped, and that terrifying lightning battle body instantly rose to the advanced level. Eat my Berserk Thunder art. Against Desert Cloud, Ling Xiao did not hold back. Under the advanced lightning battle body, he released the High Jade secret technique Berserk Thunder art. That terrifying lightning fell from the sky and directly blasted towards Desert Cloud. At that moment, Desert Cloud was scared out of his wits. He was not weak, so he could feel how powerful that terrifying lightning was. He hurriedly retreated frantically, along with Akira, who was chasing after him. He was knocked back. But even so, the aftermath of the Berserk Thunder art still blasted his arm, electrocuting it until it was charred black. Looking at his charred arm, Desert Cloud still had lingering fear. This guy, how could he have such a powerful attack? Could it be a High Jade secret technique? Akira was also shocked by that terrifying attack just now. Humph, so what if it's a High Jade secret technique? We also know High Jade martial skills. Ling Xiao, just you wait. If I don't kill you, Desert Cloud, am not human. Chapter 2357. Ling Xiao, just you wait. If Desert Cloud, don't kill you, I swear I'm not human. Facing the heavy fog, Desert Cloud had long lost Ling Xiao's position. Even if he wanted to chase after him, it was already too late. He let out a roar of anger and unwillingness. He was extremely aggrieved. This time, not only did he fail to kill Ling Xiao, but he also caused the 2 teams from Scarlet Fairy Mountain to be directly eliminated. He was about to explode with anger. Desert Cloud, don't be so angry. On Sky Devil Peak, I'll fight the 2 of you to my heart's content. I'll defeat you fair and square, and make you bow down before me. Ling Xiao's voice suddenly came from all directions. It was filled with ridicule and mockery. Ling Xiao really wanted to get rid of these 2 fellows, but he wasn't confident that he could kill them with a single blow. Moreover, it was very difficult to fight 1 against 2. When it came to the final battle on Sky Devil Peak, it would be a one-on-one battle. In a one-on-one battle, he was not afraid of either of them. Regardless of whether the 3 of them would be in the same group, Ling Xiao believed that he would definitely fight at least one of them. After all, Desert Cloud and Akira were the strongest among the 100 people. When the time came, as long as Ling Xiao was not eliminated, he would definitely be able to fight 1 or 2 of them. Junior Ling, no matter which one of us meets this kid in the 2nd round, we have to kill him. He doesn't have any backing now, so it's fine if we kill him. We have the Sand Clan behind us, so there's no need to be afraid. Desert Cloud looked at Akira and said, "Of course." Compared to Desert Cloud, Akira's hatred for Ling Xiao was not any less. If it was not to kill Ling Xiao, Akira would not have sold his soul to the Crimson Demon. After shaking off Desert Cloud and Akira's pursuit, Ling Xiao chased after them. After about half an hour, he found the team close to Sky Devil Peak. At this moment, the 4 of them were fighting. However, they did not encounter any enemies. Instead, they encountered terrifying heavenly demons. Fortunately, this heavenly demon wasn't that strong. Ho Renfeng, Lin Yang, and Cheng Feiying were still able to deal with it after forming a battle formation. After Ling Xiao arrived and joined the battle, the few Skyfiend pawns were easily wiped out. However, it seemed that the Qingyuan flower situation was not optimistic. Ling Xiao decided to refine the pills on the spot. Otherwise, It would be impossible for them to reach Celestial Devil Peak with the Qingyuan flower's condition. The three of you protect me. It won't take long. Ling Xiao had already prepared all the materials needed to refine the pill. The Qingyuan flower was poisoned by the heavenly demon spider. Ling Xiao planned to consume the heavenly demon spider's venom and use his body's immunity to poison to create antibodies. After that, these antibodies could become important materials for refining pills. As for the rest of the medicinal herbs, he always kept them in his storage ring, so it was not a problem at all. He had planned to do this before, but the sudden appearance of Desert Cloud and Akira disrupted his plan. After all, a healthy Qingyuan flower was too important for their team. It would definitely increase their combat strength greatly. What are you doing? Seeing Ling Xiao take out the heavenly demon spider's venom sac and was about to drink it, the Qingyuan flower was shocked. Are you crazy? That's extremely poisonous. You'll die. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, My body is a little special. I'm resistant to most poisons. Maybe this way I can produce antibodies and help me refine an antidote that can really save you. That won't do. You've never encountered a heavenly demon spider before, and you've never been poisoned by one. So, you don't know if something will happen to you, right? The Qingyuan flower thought about it and finally refused. I can't kill you just to save me. Otherwise, I'll feel guilty for the rest of my life. Ha ha ha, Miss Qing, you think too highly of me. How can I sacrifice myself to save you? Ling Xiao laughed and said, You're right. I've never been poisoned by a heavenly demon spider before, and I don't know what will happen, but according to past experience, I definitely won't die. At most, I'll be half dead and give up the test. Anyway, even if I don't enter the 8 Immortal Mountain, it's still a loss for the 8 Immortal Mountain. As for me, Ling Xiao, I'll just leave the 8 Immortal Mountain and go somewhere else. If this place doesn't want me, there'll be a place for me. Boss, you're not being noble? To be honest, Qingyuan flower isn't anyone to you. Why are you so desperate? Lin Yong couldn't help but ask. Shut up, Ling Xiao shouted. Because she's my teammate. If you want me, Ling Xiao, to abandon my teammate, then I'd rather give up the opportunity. If you were poisoned, I'd do the same to save you. What's more, don't think too badly of things. Ling Xiao, won't do something that I'm not sure of. After saying that, he didn't waste any more words. He directly bit the heavenly demon spider's poison sac and swallowed it into his stomach. At that moment, the poison passed through his intestines. That kind of intense pain made Ling Xiao almost cry out. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead, and his face was extremely pale. His hands were clenched so tightly that they were bleeding. Ling Xiao, please don't let anything happen to you. Please don't. Otherwise, I won't have the face to live. Qingyuan flower was completely flustered. Other than her former man, Ling Yan, no one else had been so good to her. Hee, I won't die. It's just a little painful. Ling Xiao laughed and said, Miss Qing, to be honest, I saved you mostly because of my good brother, Ling Yan. You know Ling Yan? Qingyuan flower was stunned. Yes, we're brothers who have gone through life and death together. That's why I risked my life to save you. Of course, what I said just now wasn't nonsense. Ling Xiao, will never allow my teammates to suffer and not care. With a smile, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a proud smile, and his face gradually returned to normal. It's done. Then he raised his hand, and a sword aura pierced his skin. Bright red blood flowed out, and was dripped into the air by him. It was wrapped in a ball of pure elemental energy. Then, Ling Xiao's left hand released the true Samadhi fire and began to calcine the herbs. The medicinal power of the herbs blended into the ball of blood. In front of everyone, Ling Xiao actually acted out the wonderful scene of refining pills without using an alchemy furnace. How many secrets do you have? Qingluan Flower felt that she was now numb from shock. Since the beginning of the assessment, Ling Xiao had surprised her again and again, making her feel incomparably shocked. In less than 10 minutes, the strange blood-red pill finally took shape. Ling Xiao handed the pill to Qingluan Flower and said, "Trust me and eat it. It definitely won't disappoint you." "Of course I trust you." Qingluan Flower didn't hesitate at all. Ling Xiao could swallow the heavenly demon spider's poison for her. She was just trying out the detoxification pill. If she didn't even have the courage to do this, then she was really too useless. She directly threw the detoxification pill into her mouth, and then began to sit cross-legged to guide the medicinal power of the detoxification pill to circulate in her body. Chapter 2358. This is too shocking. I have never heard of your alchemy skills. Even in the Xuanwu continent, there is no alchemist as powerful as you. I think that even if you don't practice martial arts, just based on your skills alone, you can become an honored guest of countless large sections. The higher-ups of the 8 Immortal Mountain are really blind. They actually tormented you like this, and even allowed the Sand Clan to deal with you. Qingluan Hua felt that the poison in her body had been completely neutralized. When the antidote entered her body, it was like a small blood-red dragon that directly swallowed the heavenly demon spider's poison, leaving not a single bit behind. Qingluan Hua had never seen such an antidote before, let alone thought about it. "Ha ha, thank you for speaking up for me, but this is nothing. If I couldn't even bear such a small grievance, Ling Xiao, would have died before reincarnating. I wouldn't have been able to live until now." Ling Xiao smiled and stood up. He looked at the foggy road ahead and said, "Well, since you have recovered, let's continue and reach the heavenly demon peak as soon as possible. But we only managed to get 5 soul locking tokens. Is that really enough?" Qingluan Hua frowned and said, "Why don't we take advantage of my recovery to get more spirit locking tablets?" "There's no need for that." Ling Xiao smiled and took out 10 spirit locking tablets and said, "Just now, we eliminated 2 teams from the Scarlet Fairy Mountain. Now, with our own spirit locking tablets, we have a total of 20 tablets. It shouldn't be a problem for us to advance. After all, many teams have already been eliminated because of Desert Cloud and Akira. Not only are you not injured, you even eliminated 2 teams from the Scarlet Fairy Mountain? My God, even I can't do such a thing." Qingluan Hua was once again shocked and didn't know what to say. "It seems that I have underestimated your judgment. With your strength, I'm afraid that not only can you rank in the top 10, but even the top 3 won't be a problem. Sai, perhaps the 3 people who will advance this time will be Desert Cloud, Akira, and you. Don't be so pessimistic. What if I destroy both Desert Cloud and Akira? As long as the 2 of them are killed by me, you'll have a chance. Rather than letting those 2 advance, I'd rather let my teammates advance." Ling Xiao smiled. "You are really—" Sai, I don't know what to say. Qingluan Flower wanted to say how powerful Desert Cloud and Akira were. However, on second thought, not only had Ling Xiao escaped unscathed from the encirclement of 20 experts, including Desert Cloud and Akira, but he had even defeated 10 of them and eliminated 2 teams from Scarlet Fairy Mountain. Ling Xiao's strength might not be weaker than Desert Cloud and Akira. It was estimated that many people would be shocked by the battle against Celestial Devil Peak. "Fine, I'll leave everything to you. I'll listen to you." If Qingluan Flower had said this at the beginning of the assessment, the others in the team would have thought that she was crazy. Perhaps even Qingluan Flower herself would have thought that she was crazy. But now, the situation was completely different. Qingluan Flower was completely convinced by Ling Xiao and decided to listen to all of Ling Xiao's commands. Hai Rinfeng, Lin Yang, and Chung Feiying did not think that there was anything wrong with this. A person's position in a team wasn't earned by talking. It was earned by real ability. Let's go. Ling Xiao waved his hand and began to speed up towards Celestial Devil Peak. After a few minutes, a strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. He turned around and said to Qingyuan Flower, "You're really lucky. What's wrong?" Qingyuan Flower asked in surprise. "You should have recovered by now. Maybe you can take your revenge before we reach Celestial Devil Peak," Ling Xiao said with a smile. Violets? Qingyuan Flower did not see anything, but she believed that Ling Xiao must have discovered something. Because from the beginning of the assessment, Ling Xiao had always been able to discover things that others could not. This ability made her both envious and shocked. "That's right, follow me." Ling Xiao sped up and rushed forward. In less than 10 minutes, Qingyuan Flower finally saw that familiar figure. Her anger instantly swept through her body. She had already experienced the viciousness of violets. Not only was she ungrateful, but she had even sacrificed the lives of several teammates in Purple Fairy Mountain to kill her, Qingyuan Flower, in order to sacrifice the lives of the celestial demon spider. This woman had no intention of passing the assessment. She had appeared in this assessment to kill Qingyuan Flower, so that her past hatred would completely vanish. Violets die. Qingyuan Flower rushed over recklessly, the long sword in her hand emitting a strong murderous intent and soaring anger. Violets was startled by the sound and hurriedly turned around. When she saw Qingyuan Flower, she turned pale with fright. "Impossible. 5 celestial demon spiders surrounded you, and you're still alive?" She reacted in a panic and was sent flying by the sword. Violets were already weaker than Qingyuan Flower in terms of strength. Previously, she was injured by Qingyuan Flower's sword technique, and now she was even weaker than Qingyuan Flower. Qingyuan Flower was poisoned, but with the help of Ling Xiao's detoxification pill and other elixirs, not only was there no problem now, but she had also recovered to her peak state. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for Zi Luolan to not lose. "Of course I'm not dead. God spared my life for revenge. If you violets don't die, how can I, Qingyuan Flower, die?" Qingyuan Flower said angrily as she attacked. "Woman, you're really lucky. Even the celestial demon spiders can't kill you. Looks like I have to do it myself." Violet stood up shakily from the ground and said coldly, "You're already heavily injured. How can you block my sword?" Qingyuan Flower did not understand. Where did Violet's get her confidence from? Why was she still so calm? Ling Xiao was already frowning. He did not think that Violet's was bluffing. This woman had joined the Dark God Palace a long time ago. Assassins trained by the Dark God Palace could still kill even when they were heavily injured. "Retreat." Ling Xiao suddenly grabbed Qingyuan Flower and pulled her to the side. At this moment, Violet's body began to change. Her originally pretty and enchanting appearance had become incomparably ugly. "Celestial demon spider? No, this is a beast warrior." Ling Xiao himself was a beast god warrior, so he knew the situation of beast warriors very well. Violet's change was definitely the appearance of a beast warrior. I didn't expect you to know about beast warriors, an existence that has long been extinct in the Black Tortoise continent. In order to train more powerful assassins, the Great Dark God Palace specially studied information about beast warriors. After tens of thousands of experiments, tens of thousands of human and demon lives were used. In the end, new beast warriors were created. Chapter 23:59. If Ling Xiao had not stopped the Qingyuan Flower, if the Qingyuan Flower had approached the violets, she would have been seriously injured, if not dead. This beast warrior was truly terrifying. Originally, Ling Xiao did not want to interfere with the Qingyuan flower's revenge. In his opinion, the Qingyuan flower should not have a problem dealing with the violets. When it came to revenge, it would only be meaningful if he did it himself. It would be meaningless if others helped him. However, the situation had changed. The violets had transformed into a heavenly demon spider warrior. This was something that no one had expected. It seemed that he would not be able to do it if he did not help. However, the Qingyuan flower did not seem to care. Violets, no matter what you turn into, I will kill you. The Qingyuan flower's attitude was very firm. It was God's arrangement for her to meet the violets again here. He wanted her to take revenge and kill the violets. If she missed this opportunity, she did not know when she would be able to take her revenge again. Miss Qing, I know you are eager to take revenge, but the violets' current state is not the same as before. You are no longer her match. Why don't the two of us work together? Ling Xiao did not take on everything. He intended to assist from the side and help the Qingyuan flower complete her revenge. In this way, the Qingyuan flower might feel better. Ha 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 ha, you reckless thing. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the violets could not help but laugh out loud. Her laughter was full of mockery and disdain. You want to deal with me? The Qingyuan flower is fine, but you, a mere disciple of the Black Deity Mountain, have been bewitched by her and are willing to give up your life for her? Forget it. The four of you are in the same team as her. Don't blame me. Today, all of you will die. None of you will leave. Frogs at the bottom of a well, you don't understand Ling Xiao at all. The Qingyuan flower retorted, Oh my, how long has it been? And you've already fallen in love with someone else. If Ling Yan were to find out about this, he would be heartbroken. Violet said sarcastically, You're actually interested in trash like him? It seems like you're only fit to be with trash like him. You're talking nonsense. The Qingyuan flower was livid with anger. She was indeed very grateful to Ling Xiao and admired Ling Xiao. However, she only had one true love in her heart, and that was Ling Yan. This had never changed. What she couldn't stand the most was people gossiping about this matter. Miss Qing, the innocent knows that they are innocent. There's no need to be angry. She's clearly still afraid of you, so she's intentionally provoking you. Ling Zhao's voice sounded indifferently. It was like a warm spring breeze, causing Qing Wanhua's anxious emotions to instantly calm down. Ha ha ha, fear? That's right, I'm a little afraid of the Qingyuan flower's high-tier jade rank skill. But you're just a piece of trash. I don't care about you at all. The violets laughed wantonly. Ling Xiao, I'll take my revenge. If I can't win, it won't be too late for you to make your move. The Qingyuan flower rushed out as she spoke. Ling Xiao nodded and did not make his move. Since the Qingyuan flower said so, he would just watch from the sidelines. This time, the Qingyuan flower used her strongest high-tier jade rank skill, passionate swordsman's emotionless sword, extreme wrath. The terrifying sword Qi was not only not weaker than the previous one, it was even stronger. This shocked the violets. Qingyuan flower, you were clearly poisoned by the heavenly demon spider. Even if the poison was expelled, you shouldn't be able to recover so quickly. What happened? Tell me, and I'll give you a quick death. The violets was very curious. She also wanted a medicine that could easily cure the heavenly demon spider's poison. But why would the Qingyuan flower answer her? The roaring sword Qi tore through the void and pierced the violets. You're courting death. The violets snorted and advanced instead of retreating. The terrifying heavenly demon spider transformed and released hundreds of dense silk threads, all of which blasted towards the Qingyuan flower's sword Qi. The two attacks collided again, but the result was completely different. Last time in front of the spider cave, the Qinghuan flower's sword heavily injured the violets and forced the violets to flee. This time, the two clashed again. The Qinghuan flower's attack was obviously stronger, but she was blown away by the violets. Although she didn't suffer any serious injuries, her qi and blood were churning, and she felt very uncomfortable. If she wanted to fight again, she would have to wait a few minutes. The most troublesome thing was that the Qinghuan flower's strongest attack couldn't do anything to the violets. This was a serious blow to the Qinghuan flower's confidence. Die, Qinghuan flower, you ignorant woman. You don't understand the horror of the Dark God Palace. The violets had wanted to kill the Qinghuan flower for a long time. This time, she naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. She transformed into a huge heavenly demon spider and attacked the Qinghuan flower crazily, wanting to tear the Qinghuan flower into pieces. If you want to kill her, you'll have to get through me first. Ling Xiao appeared in front of the Qinghuan flower in an instant. He didn't draw his sword and just looked at the violets coldly. Even the Qinghuan flower can't stop me. Who do you think you are? Since you want to be a hero, then die together with me. The violets' attack didn't stop, and she continued to rush forward. Boom! The terrifying impact scattered the surrounding fog. Sand and stones flew everywhere on the ground, and it was chaotic. The violets was stunned, because she realized that her body couldn't move forward anymore. His attack was blocked by a valiant monster. You're Ling Xiao. She looked at the humanoid monster in front of her in shock, and asked in disbelief. It was 90% similar to the tyrant blood demon dragon. Isn't that obvious? Who else could it be other than me? You're also a beast warrior? The violets asked in even more shock. Of course, and I'm a real beast warrior, not a modified one like you. Ling Xiao caught the violets' attack with one of his dragon claws, as easily as grabbing a rock. This made the Qinghuan flower behind him inexplicably surprised. This was the first time the Qinghuan flower had seen Ling Xiao's tyrant blood demon dragon martial soul transformation. Although she knew that Ling Xiao was very strong, seeing this domineering transformation, she was still stunned for a long time and couldn't even speak. Good, very good. The violets suddenly retreated, looked at Ling Xiao coldly, and said, I really underestimated you. Since you're a beast warrior, let's compete today and see whether your natural one is stronger or my modified one. There's no point in talking. One move. Ling Xiao suddenly said indifferently. What move? The violets was stunned for a moment, not understanding Ling Xiao's meaning. I'll defeat you in one move, you fake one. Ling Xiao explained indifferently. Ha 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 ha, I'm afraid you've lost your mind. The Qinghuan flower's high-tier jade, martial skill, can't hurt me in one move. Are you telling me that you also know high-tier jade, martial skills? Chapter 2360. If you want to laugh, now's the time. I don't know any high-tier jade martial arts skills, but I don't need them to deal with you. Ling Xiao's right hand returned to human form under the demonic blood dragon martial soul transformation. A heavy sword appeared in his right hand. Meteor Sword Technique's fourth move. Heaven's Bane. This was a move Ling Xiao learned after entering the Celestial Demon Mountain. There were 6 moves in Meteor Sword Technique, and he had already learned the first 4. The first 2 moves were already at the stage of perfection. The third move was at the stage of perfection. Although the fourth move was only at the beginner level, its power was not inferior to the third move at all. Each move of Meteor Sword Technique was more powerful than the previous one. As the heavy sword pointed at violets, the sky seemed to be torn apart by the sword qi. The sound of heaven's fall rang out continuously. Violet's expression changed greatly. She didn't take Ling Xiao's words seriously before, thinking that Ling Xiao was only at the early stage of the first transformation of the second layer of hell. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't pose a threat to her. However, this terrifying move made her feel that it was difficult to resist. It was the same feeling she felt when facing the Qingyuan flower's attack before she completely transformed into the heavenly demon spider. Heavenly demon life and death web. Violet certainly wouldn't wait for death like this. She roared and released countless silk threads from her body in an attempt to block Ling Xiao's sword and kill Ling Xiao at the same time. Such a terrifying attack caused the surrounding trees to be destroyed. Countless trees were cut into pieces and scattered all over the ground. Even the ground had been cut into pieces like tofu. It was a very strange sight. However, Ling Xiao's expression was the same as before. His Tai Chi eye told him that his attack was much stronger than his opponent's. The outcome of the two's attacks was decided in an instant. Ling Xiao's sword easily tore all the spider webs, and then appeared in front of Violet's in an instant. The cold blade pierced through Violet's terrifying transformation. Shrill screams rang out in the fog. No, Violet screamed as they were nailed to a tree. The heavenly devil spider transformation on his body gradually fell off and finally disappeared. However, Ling Xiao did not kill her. "Miss Qing, I'll leave the matter of killing her to you." Ling Xiao turned around and said. The Qingyuan flower nodded and walked over with her sword in hand. Big sister, please spare me. We grew up together. I beg you, don't kill me. I beg you." At this moment, Violet was no longer as arrogant as before. She called timidly to the Qingyuan flowers. Qingyuan's pretty face revealed a look of pity. "Miss Qing, do you still remember how she killed your father? Do you still remember how she dealt with those disciples of the Purple Immortal Mountain?" Ling Xiao reminded him. "In this world, there are some people who don't deserve to live. Their existence itself is the embodiment of evil." "I know." The Qingyuan flower did not hesitate. She thrust her sword forward and pierced the Violet's throat. At that moment, the Violets wanted to call for help through the soul-locking card, but found that her soul power could not be injected into the soul-locking card at all. She looked at Ling Xiao in horror. All she saw before she died was an indifferent smile. At this moment, she was extremely regretful. She finally understood that she had underestimated someone. This was also the biggest mistake she had made. This girl has 10 soul-locking cards on her. I wonder which team she destroyed. The Qingyuan flower killed the Violets and took her storage ring. In the storage ring, besides some spirit stones and necessities, there were only soul-locking cards left. 10 cards. It doesn't matter who she killed. We can never have too many soul-locking cards. At this point, Team Skyscraper had a total of 30 soul-locking cards. This number was enough to ensure that they would pass the next stage smoothly. What's this? Ling Xiao threw the Violet's storage ring into his own storage ring. When he was about to turn and leave, he saw a blood-red gem fall from the Violet's forehead. He picked up the gem and examined it carefully. He could not help but exclaim, "I'm afraid this is the key to the heavenly demon spider transformation. Who wants it?" Ling Xiao had no use for it, but he was sure that this gem was very important for increasing a warrior's strength. "Give it to me, boss. I'm not very talented anyway. It's impossible for me to catch up to you. With this, my combat power will definitely increase greatly," Lin Yong said excitedly. "Okay, I'll give it to you." Ling Xiao gave the red gem to Lin Yong. Then, he used the powerful analysis ability of the Tai Chi eye to figure out how to use the gem. He let Lin Yong cultivate for a while to test the combat power of the heavenly demon spider transformation. Orange Cherry and Qingyuan Flower, who were disgusted and unwilling to accept the gem, began to feel a little jealous. Lin Yang's strength was probably the weakest in this team. But after obtaining the Heavenly Demon Spider transformation gem, he suddenly became a powerful force second only to Ling Xiao. He was even stronger than Qingyuan Flower. Although this strength was temporary, with Lin Yang's effort, he would definitely continue to perfect this transformation. Ling Xiao was not worried about this at all. Boss, my life is yours from now on. Even if you ask me to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of fire, I promise I won't even blink an eye. Lin Yang was very excited to have such powerful strength. He knew very well that all this was given to him by Ling Xiao. His loyalty to Ling Xiao was even stronger than before. I'm convinced. Qing Wanhua, who was at the side, wiped the bloodstains on her sword. She could not help but shake her head and smile bitterly. I originally thought that Ling Xiao was the weakest link in our team. I didn't expect him to be the strongest instead. This time, I've really slapped my own face. Sai, it's not just you. I'm the same. When Hill, Master, told me to listen to Ling Xiao, I was puzzled. Ling Xiao didn't enter the sect as early as I did, and his cultivation wasn't as strong as mine. Why should I listen to him? But now, I finally understand. Chu Renfeng also sighed. He was a straightforward person, but he wasn't stupid. From this series of battles, he understood how strong Ling Xiao was. All right, stop praising me. Let's hurry to Heavenly Demon Peak. If there's anything, we can talk about it on the way. After killing the violets, it was unlikely that they would encounter too much trouble in the first test of Heavenly Demon Mountain. Trampling through Heavenly Demon Mountain might be scary for others, but for Ling Xiao it was nothing, who asked him to have a pair of eyes that could seek luck and avoid disaster. This was something that no one else could compare to. Yes, it's time to go. Otherwise, if we encounter Desert Cloud and Akira again, it'll be troublesome. Chapter 2361. Ling Xiao, you said that Ling Yan is your good brother? The Qingyuan Flower asked on the way to the Sky Devil Peak. Yes. Ling Xiao nodded. A good brother who has gone through life and death together. Then can you lend me a hand and help me save him? The Qingyuan Flower had always wanted to save Ling Yan, but she didn't dare to say this to anyone. She was worried that exposing her secret would bring trouble to herself and Ling Yan. But today, she said it out loud. There was no other reason other than that she trusted Ling Xiao and Ling Xiao's teammates. How can I help? Ling Xiao was naturally willing to help. In fact, he had wanted to save Ling Yan, but he wasn't strong enough. If you want to save Ling Yan, you have to get all 8 treasures of the 8 Immortal Mountain. The Qingyuan Flower replied, I've also heard that the 8 Immortals Mountain has 8 outstanding magical treasures. Each of them is extremely powerful. Furthermore, they contain powerful martial arts inheritances. However, what exactly are these 8 items? Ling Xiao asked curiously. The 8 treasures are the treasures of the 8 great clans. The Sand Clan's Golden Sand Hand, the Sword Clan's Supreme Black Demon Sword, the Dark Clan's Shadow Black Gourd, the Zheng Clan's Heaven Falling Earth Splitting Blade, the Sky Clan's Spatial Blue Treasure Book, the Snake Clan's Snake Hair Petrification Shield, the Bird Clan's Heavenly Bird Cage, the Moon Clan's Moonlight Soul Controlling Needle. Each of the treasures of the 8 great clans is a divine grade spiritual artifact, and the martial arts techniques included are all Jade grade pinnacle martial arts techniques. This could be said to be the strongest martial arts techniques an Yin-Yang realm warrior could cultivate, at least in the Black Tortoise continent. Sounds good. Although I've cultivated to the Rebirth realm, I've never had a divine grade spiritual artifact. At most, I only have a fine grade spiritual artifact. As for peak Jade grade martial skills, I have never even touched them. Ling Zhao's martial arts in the past were mostly martial arts that could continuously evolve as his cultivation increased. There was no definite level. The highest level of martial skill that he had cultivated was high jade grade. Thinking about it carefully, he was really pitiful. Who would have thought that after coming to the Black Tortoise Continent, this small 8 immortal mountain would have 8 divine grade spirit weapons and 8 sets of matching peak jade grade martial skills? Will there be a way to save Ling Yan if I can get these 8 magical equipment? Ling Xiao asked. That's for sure, because these 8 magic treasures are the keys to open the 5th floor of the ghost prison. The 5th floor of the ghost prison was not only the place where the most vicious criminals of the 8 Immortals Mountain were kept, it was also the best place to cultivate in the 8 Immortals Mountain. If you want to enter the 5th level, not only do you have to be at least at the 5th level of hell, you also have to be a disciple of the 8 Immortals Mountain. Qing Wan explained, that's why I'm so eager to become a disciple of the 8 Immortals Mountain. You will achieve this goal. Of course, so will I. Ling Xiao looked at Qing Wan and smiled, faintly. For him, the 5th floor of the ghost prison was not a place that was out of his reach. As for the 8 divine grade spiritual artifacts, he had to get his hands on them. No matter how difficult the process was, he wanted to try. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if he couldn't even save his good brother. It's very difficult to get the 8 magic treasures. You have to be mentally prepared. In the past, only Ling Yan had the right to use 4 of the magic treasures. But because of this, it made others jealous. In the end, the hero of the 8 Immortals Mountain, the strongest sect master in history, was reduced to a traitor. Qing Wan sighed and said, gossip is a fearful thing. Some people can talk nonsense when they have power. I know that gossip is a fearful thing, but that's also because my good brother was too kind. If he had eradicated the dissidents earlier, he wouldn't have fallen to this point. Ling Xiao wanted to save Ling Yan, but he would not avoid the mistake that Ling Yan had made in the past. That was, he trusted people too much and thought that everyone cared about their face. But in fact, many of the higher-ups of the 8 Immortals Mountain were shameless people. The higher one went on the Celestial Demon Mountain, the more difficult it was to walk. The terrifying cold wind whistled. If one was not a martial artist, they would be frozen into an ice sculpture in an instant. The terrifying cold was not something that ordinary people could bear. Even for martial artists, if their cultivation was slightly weaker, they would feel excruciating pain when they reached this place. It was unbearable. That's the Celestial Demon Peak. Looking into the distance, Ling Xiao found that the Celestial Demon Peak was somewhat special. It was completely different from the harsh environment around. The Celestial Demon Peak was full of flowers, and the climate seemed to be very warm. It was completely different from what he had imagined. That's great. Our first round of assessment is finally coming to an end. It's been a torment along the way. Chu Renfeng panted. Fortunately, they had Ling Xiao to lead the way. Otherwise, they would have been in a very sorry state. They even saw with their own eyes that some teams were forced to retreat to the bottom of the Celestial Demon Peak by the sudden appearance of the Celestial Demons. They fell straight down, and the only thing that could be heard were their screams. Desert Cloud and Akira have indeed arrived early. In this vast, snowy, and foggy place, only Ling Xiao could see the top of the mountain from such a distance. More than 1,000 meters in front of them, Desert Cloud and Akira were leading 2 teams from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain to the top of the mountain. At the top of the mountain, in a huge courtyard, the 8 Mountain Lords and the people from the 8 Immortals Mountain were sitting in the courtyard. The spring breeze caressed their faces, and the fragrance of tea filled the air. In front of them, many people were lying haphazardly. Some were receiving treatment, some had blank expressions, and some were furious. These people had all been eliminated in advance. Some were ambushed by monsters, and some were ambushed by celestial demons. However, most of them were defeated by the geniuses of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain, led by Desert Cloud and Akira. Of course, there were also some who were defeated by Team Skyscraper. But these people were all disciples of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. I didn't expect that you guys from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain would also end up like this. It's really satisfying. Under the leadership of Desert Cloud and Akira, you guys wanted to eliminate all the other teams. Let the Scarlet Immortal Mountain monopolize 4 teams. Unfortunately, it seems that your dream is about to be shattered. The one who spoke was Green Source, who had already been eliminated. Green Source's team was not as lucky as Li Yan team. They also encountered Desert Cloud and the others and were directly eliminated. Originally, they were furious and unhappy. However, when they realized that the Scarlet Immortal Mountain actually had 15 people and 3 teams were eliminated, their mood improved a lot. Humph! The people from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain snorted, "Senior Brother Sha and Miss Ling will avenge us. That Ling Xiao will definitely be eliminated." The people from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain really hated Ling Xiao to the bone. Chapter 2362. So it was Ling Xiao who eliminated you guys. It was Qingluan Flower who did it, right? It's no wonder you guys were eliminated. Qingluan Flower's strength is in the top 5 among the 100 of us. LV Yuan said with a smile. So what if they eliminated us? We're still going to be eliminated. He might not even be able to survive. The disciples of Scarlet Fairy Mountain firmly believed that Ling Xiao would not be able to escape from Desert Cloud and Akira's pursuit. Until now, Li Yan's team from the Orange Immortal Mountain, Ziluolan's team from the Purple Immortal Mountain, Ling Zhao's team from the Black Immortal Mountain, and Sha Yun and Qi Ling Er's teams from the Red Immortal Mountain have yet to appear. I'm afraid there won't be enough teams to advance. Orange Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master looked at No Light in the Night worriedly and said, "How many people are there? We don't need trash in 8 Immortal Mountain. If they can't even pass the first round of the assessment, then forget it." No Light in the Night said coldly, "If one team passes in the end, just one team. There won't be a rematch." His words made many of the geniuses who were hoping to see a rematch sigh helplessly. In terms of happiness, the happiest ones were Scarlet Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master and Purple Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master. From their point of view, Desert Cloud, Akira Squad, and Team Violet were the most likely to advance. As for Li Yan team and Team Skyscraper, they would either miss the time or be killed. Although the rules stated that killing was not allowed, there was a huge loophole in the Soul Lock Token's distress signal. People would die in the assessment. This was something that everyone was well aware of. I only hope that Qingluan Flower can return safely. It doesn't matter if she advances or not. With Ling Xiao and the others as burdens, she's lucky to be alive. The Mountain Master of the Green Immortal Mountainside. Clearly, he was extremely displeased with Ling Xiao and the grouping this time around. In his opinion, if the Qingluan team was eliminated, it must be because of Ling Xiao and the others. Fei Ying's luck isn't that good either. She's actually in the same group as Ling Xiao. Actually, Desert Cloud is very welcoming of her. If she were to follow Desert Cloud, she would definitely pass. The Orange Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master side as well. Even if he was beaten to death, he didn't believe that following Ling Xiao would allow them to pass. However, his granddaughter's temper was very stubborn. He simply couldn't persuade her. Helplessly, they could only wait until next year. The night is formless. Aren't you going to take a look? Perhaps your beloved disciple has already been killed, and even the distress signal has been sent out. No light in the night said to the black immortal mountains, Mountain Lord, with a smile. As an elder and the person in charge of the dark tribe, you should watch your words. Don't end up being slapped in the face. Not only will you be slapped in the face, but the dark tribe will also be humiliated with you. The Knight is Formless looked at No Light in the Night indifferently and said he was the only one who wasn't satisfied with Ling Xiao at all. This was because he knew very well how strong his disciple was. If he couldn't even pass this small test, Ling Xiao wouldn't have been able to live until today. It sounds like you still think that Ling Xiao can pass. After so many years, not only has your strength deteriorated, even your judgment has deteriorated. That pretentious trash was the earliest to die. No Light in the Night was very unhappy with Ling Xiao, probably because Ling Xiao had talked back to him before. A pretentious piece of trash? Aren't you the same? The Knight is Formless sneered. No Light in the Night was about to speak when he suddenly saw figures appear in the distance. It's the Desert Cloud Squad and the Akira Squad. Desert Cloud and Akira's expressions were ugly, because not only did they fail to kill Ling Xiao, but they were also made a fool of by Ling Xiao. But they couldn't say this out loud, because it was too embarrassing. What's wrong, you two? Take out the soul-locking tablets you obtained and show them to everyone. Scarlet Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord Scarlet Viper saw the listless expressions of Desert Cloud and Akira and felt unhappy. You two have already advanced. Why are you still so unhappy? This disciple obeys. Desert Cloud Squad has a total of 30 soul-locking tablets. Akira Squad has a total of 30 soul-locking tablets. That's not right. These two added up to 60 soul-locking tablets. Does that mean there are still 40 missing soul-locking tablets? What's so strange about that? Team Violet must have a lot of soul-locking tablets too. Even if Li Yen Team and Team Skyscraper were eliminated or even killed, with Violet's strength, it's not surprising that she obtained 40 soul-locking tablets. Yes, that Violet's is an assassin from the Dark God Palace. Although she joined our 8 Immortal Mountain, she didn't lose her skills. She's very powerful. Looks like she's going to get first place in the first round. That's fine. There's still the second round to decide the final 3 disciples to advance to the 8 Immortal Mountain. I don't think there's a need for a duel. It's definitely Desert Cloud, Akira, and Violet's. Everyone was talking about it, but they didn't care about Team Skyscraper at all. They even ignored Li Yen Team. Ha ha ha, the Knight is invisible. Did you hear that? This is called public opinion. Your disciple doesn't look like much. The eyes of the masses are really bright. No Light in the Night laughed. Senior Grand Elder, may I know what has made you so happy? This voice made No Light in the Night's laughter stop abruptly. Everyone looked at the source of the voice in shock. Team Skyscraper and Li Yen Team actually came together. You didn't die? No Light in the Night's pupils suddenly shrank, but he immediately laughed again. Interesting, really interesting. It seems that my eyesight isn't good enough. Senior Yuan, you must be joking. I still want to fight to enter the 8 Immortal Mountain. How can I die so easily? Ling Xiao laughed as he led everyone over. What surprised everyone was that whether it was Li Yen Team or Team Skyscraper, they all treated Ling Xiao as their leader. Their attitude was very respectful. Let's not talk about entering the 8 Immortal Mountain first. Where are your soul-locking tablets? No Light in the Night asked coldly. Huh. Ling Xiao handed over all the soul-locking tablets of his team. 30 tablets. There are 30 tablets too. How is this possible? The Mountain Lord of Purple Fairy Mountain suddenly stood up. He was the most nervous, because if Team Skyscraper obtained 30 soul-locking tablets, then what happened to Team Violet? Nothing is impossible. Ling Xiao said calmly. I can even tell you where these soul-locking tablets came from. 15 of them were given to us by the 3 teams of Scarlet Fairy Mountain. After saying this, he looked at Desert Cloud and Akira provocatively and laughed. Some people wanted to harm us, but in the end, they suffered a double loss. Ha ha! Of the remaining 15 tablets, 5 are ours, and 10 were taken from Violet's. Chapter 2363. Bullsh ****. You think you can snatch something from the Violets? Purple Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord scolded. Believe it or not, I'm too lazy to explain. Senior Sister Li Yan, it's your turn. Ling Xiao shrugged and retreated to the side. Li Yan team handed over a total of 10 soul-locking tokens. With that, 100 soul-locking tokens were gathered. Even if Purple Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord didn't believe what Ling Xiao said, he had to believe it now. At this point, the 4 teams that passed the second round stood out. Scarlet Fairy Mountain's 2 teams. Orange Fairy Mountain's Li Yan team and Black Fairy Mountain's Team Skyscraper. Those who were bragging about the Violets and mocking Ling Xiao shut their mouths completely. Even if they were beaten to death, they would not dare to believe that Ling Xiao had actually advanced, and with such good results. Ling Xiao actually passed the second round. What a surprise! Orange Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord was sitting next to Black Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord. When he saw this scene, he was stunned. He was still complaining about the injustice for his granddaughter, Cheng Feiying. Now, he felt his old face burning. However, he was still happy. Even if he was slapped in the face by Ling Xiao, as long as his granddaughter passed the first round, he wasn't afraid. Even if Ling Xiao slapped his face a few more times, he wouldn't care. Humph, it's all because our Qingyuan flower is strong enough. Otherwise, do you think Ling Xiao's trash could pass the second round? Green Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord couldn't accept such a slap in the face. Even at this point, he still felt that Ling Xiao was basking in the glory of Green Fairy Mountain. Mountain Lord, you're wrong. Ling Xiao and the rest aren't basking in my glory. On the contrary, I'm basking in their glory. If not for them, I would have died long ago. Qingyuan Flower didn't want to say anything at first, but she felt that Green Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord was too much. Even if you look down on Ling Xiao, you don't have to say such nasty things. What do you want me to do when you say that? After all, Ling Xiao, Chu Rinfeng, Lin Yang, and Cheng Feiying were considered trash, but they were the saviors of her Qingyuan Flower. Upon hearing the Qingyuan Flower's words, the Green Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master wished he could find a hole to crawl into. He had completely lost all his face. He was surprised by the Qingyuan's words and hated the Qingyuan even more for speaking up for Ling Xiao, which made him lose face. But who could be blamed for this? It was all his fault for spouting too much nonsense. You should just accept it obediently after being slapped in the face, but you actually mocked and ridiculed Ling Xiao. Aren't you just looking for trouble? Brat, don't think that you're really strong just because the Qingyuan Flower is speaking for you. So what if the 4 of you have passed the first round? Fighting against Celestial Devil Peak was the key. There are only 3 people who can ascend the 8 Immortal Mountain. Can you do it? Can the 4 of you do it? The Green Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master refused to give in and said shamelessly, "Old man, I respect you as an elder and don't want to argue with you, but I didn't expect you to push your luck. I didn't hurt anyone from Green Immortal Mountain. Why do you have such a big grudge against me? Are you crazy?" Ling Xiao couldn't help but point at the Green Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master's nose and scold. "I'm telling you, I don't know if the others will ascend in the final battle against Celestial Devil Peak, but I'll definitely be one of them." "Dream on," the Green Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master said. "We'll know soon whether I'm dreaming or not. But as an elder and a Mountain Master, if I really ascend, won't you do something?" Ling Xiao said coldly. If the Scarlet Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master and Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master hated him. He could understand. After all, they had a grudge against each other. However, the Green Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master had no grudge against him in the past. On the contrary, Green Immortal Mountain was indebted to him. Not only did this person not speak for him, but he also kept mocking him and calling him trash. Who could stand it? Anyway, Ling Xiao couldn't stand it. If you really ascend to the 8 Immortal Mountain, I'll apologize to you in front of everyone and agree to one of your requests. What do you think? The Green Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master was going all out against Ling Xiao. He didn't believe the Qingyuan flower's words at all. He always felt that Ling Xiao had cast some kind of magic on the Qingyuan flower to make her fall head over heels for him and talk nonsense. He also didn't believe that Ling Xiao could become one of the 3 disciples who ascend to the 8 Immortal Mountain. He wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Okay, you're an elder. Everyone here heard what you said. Don't go back on your word when the time comes. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. Was there any difficulty for him in dealing with emergencies? No. He just wanted to know who his next opponent would be. Okay, let's not argue about what happened in the first round. Since the assessment is over and the 4 teams that have advanced to the second round have stood out, let's start the drawing of lots for the second round. No Light in the Night also didn't believe that Ling Xiao was the one who had passed the first round. Therefore, he wanted to start the second round as soon as possible so that Ling Xiao could reveal his true colors as soon as possible. The second round was a one-on-one battle. It was impossible for Ling Xiao to take advantage of the situation. At this time, many people were still surprised that Team Skyscraper had advanced to the next round. When he suddenly said this, the scene instantly quieted down. Therefore, the 20 people who had advanced to the next round began to draw lots. Drawing lots was all based on luck. No one knew who they would be assigned to in the end. Soon, the drawing of lots was over. Sand Eagle was in charge of announcing the results of the groups. Group 1, Akira, Ling Xiao, and 3 disciples from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. Group 2, Desert Cloud, Tian Rinfeng, Li Yan, and 2 members of the Li Yan team. Group 3, Lin Yang, Cheng Feiying, and 3 disciples from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. Group 4, Qingyuan and the remaining 4 people. Ling Xiao actually heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this grouping, because he felt that other than him, the ones who had the highest chance of advancing to the next round were Qingyuan and Lin Yang. The 2 of them weren't assigned to the same group as Desert Cloud and Akira. This was definitely a blessing. Otherwise, with their strength, it would really be difficult for them to fight against Desert Cloud and Akira. He felt that the groups were good. Akira also felt that the groups were good. She looked at Ling Xiao excitedly and said, "I let you escape before, but this time, let's see where you can run to in a one-on-one battle." Ling Xiao sneered and retorted, "Akira, you're your mother's only remaining daughter. I didn't want to make her too sad, but you've tried to kill me time and time again. Even if I'm made of mud, I'll still be angry. If you want to die, then don't blame me. You're unlucky to be assigned to the same group as me." It could be said that the 2 of them had already made a declaration of war before the duel. The smell of gunpowder instantly became strong. "Ling Xiao, if I can't step into the upper 8 Immortal Mountain, you'll complete this mission for me. Remember, you must get the 8 divine grade spiritual artifacts." Qingyuan now had higher expectations for Ling Xiao than she did for herself. Chapter 2364. Qingyuan Flower knew that Ling Xiao was a strong but secretive person. Those who looked down on him would definitely be punished. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Let's all work hard together. And Lin Yang, you got that good thing. I have high hopes for you. Boss, don't worry. I won't let you down." Lin Yang was full of confidence now. because among everyone, there were only 3 people he was wary of: Ling Xiao, Desert Cloud, and Akira. Akira was in the same group as Ling Xiao, so he would definitely be eliminated. In the end, it was very likely that only he, Ling Xiao, and Desert Cloud would be left. Therefore, he was very confident and was prepared to shock everyone, who said that Team Skyscraper was trash. How could 2 trash be promoted to a Immortal Mountain? If you have time to bicker, go back and rest. You will have 2 hours to rest. After 2 hours, gather here and the Sky Demon Peak competition will officially begin. When the time comes, we will show who is stronger and who is weaker on Sky Demon Peak. There is no need to talk nonsense here. No light in the night suddenly said. Yes, when it came to no light in the night, except for Ling Xiao and Dark Knight Formless, no one dared to talk back or say a word. This time, Ling Xiao did not say much. Rest was also necessary for him. In the first round, he fought and saved people, so he had used up a lot of energy. The next round would be a one-on-one battle. He did not have to think about others anymore. He only had to think about how to defeat his opponent. Wait a minute! The Mountain Lord of Purple Fairy Mountain, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly stood up and saluted No Light in the Night. Grand Elder, the rules of the test forbid killing. But as you just heard, Ling Xiao said that he killed the Violets and the people of Scarlet Fairy Mountain. We can't not punish him at all, right? No Light in the Night looked at Ling Xiao and asked coldly, "Did you kill him?" "That's right, I killed him." "So what? Could it be that only they are allowed to kill me, but I am not allowed to fight back?" Ling Xiao originally wanted to make up an excuse, but he changed his mind. This was the Demonic Mountain, a place that the 8 Immortals Mountain had long used to test their disciples. It was impossible for them not to find out the truth. Instead of lying, he might as well tell the truth. Moreover, he had actually carefully studied the rules and regulations of this assessment, and none of them said that he could not kill anyone. The original text only said, "Don't kill people rashly. If you are caught, it will be very troublesome." What an arrogant guy! But did he really kill those Violets? Why can't I believe it? The eliminated disciples of the Purple Deity Mountain all shook their heads. Very good. I must praise you for this. You have the guts to do it. You can be considered a man. Go and prepare for the next assessment. No Light in the Night suddenly smiled. If Ling Xiao had lied just now, he would have punished him without hesitation because he hated people who lied to him. But Ling Xiao actually told the truth. Although he also hated Ling Xiao, he would not punish him, because he really wanted to know how far this kid could go after offending so many people. As a bystander, there was no harm in watching the show. After all, Ling Xiao had no enmity with him. "Senior Elder, you can't do this." The mountain master of the Purple Deity Mountain was anxious. "What can I do?" Those Violets used the 4 members of her team as sacrifices to temper her heavenly demon spider transformation. Did she really think that no one knew? Such a villain has been hiding in the 8 Immortals Mountain for a long time and has been plotting against us. Ling Xiao killed her, which can be considered as getting rid of evil for the sect. Also, have you become muddle-headed? Is there a rule in the assessment that forbids killing? As long as you kill the opponent before the disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain come to rescue you, you are not guilty. No Light in the Night coldly glanced at the Purple Deity Mountain's Mountain Master, then flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. It was the first time he had explained so much to the other party. If it were in the past, he would not have explained at all. The Purple Deity Mountain's Mountain Master shuddered. He knew very well what would happen if he offended No Light in the Night. No Light in the Night is very strong, but I really can't see through him. How strong is he? Ling Xiao could not help but ask when he left with the Black Deity Mountain's Mountain Master. Since you are a reincarnation realm martial artist, you should know that the Yinyang realm has 18 levels of hell. In the 8 Immortals County, the strongest person's cultivation is at 1 star with 6 levels of hell. No light in the night's strength is second only to him. It can be said that if he wanted to, he could easily kill the Purple Deity Mountain's Mountain Master, and the other party would not even have the strength to fight back. Black Knight Formless sighed and said, "You shouldn't be too arrogant in front of him. At the very least, before you recover your previous cultivation, you should try not to be too arrogant. Otherwise, if he really attacks, even I may not be able to stop him." "But Mountain Master, I think you are stronger than him," Ling Xiao said with a sly smile. "That's an illusion." Black Knight Formless shook his head and did not explain further. However, Ling Xiao did not believe that it was an illusion. Although his Taiji eye could not see through the cultivation of Black Knight Formless and no light in the night, he was absolutely certain that Black Knight Formless was stronger than no light in the night. It was just that for some reason, Black Knight Formless was unwilling to compete. "Wait a moment, little brother." Just as Ling Xiao wanted to ask more about no light in the night from Black Knight Formless, the Mountain Master chased after him. The Orange Deity Mountain's Mountain Master chuckled and chased after him. "Is there something you need, old senior?" Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Stop calling me old senior. It's so embarrassing. To think that I said in front of others that Fei Ying followed the wrong person and that she would definitely not advance to the next stage if she followed you. Now that I've been slapped in the face, I'm happy. Moreover, I heard from Li Yen that you saved them from the encirclement of over 100 nether wolves. If it weren't for you, they wouldn't have advanced to the next stage, right? Is there really such a thing?" Black Knight Formless asked in surprise. "It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. I only hope that old senior will have more confidence in me in the future. Don't make me slap your face all the time. You are Miss Fei Ying's grandfather. I can't slap your face all the time," Ling Xiao said with a smile. As for the matter of saving them, he downplayed it. If he talked about it too much, it would make him seem pretentious, as if he was asking for repayment. However, the Orange Deity Mountain's Mountain Master did not wait for him to decline and stuffed 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones into his hands as thanks. Although it was not a lot of spirit stones, it was still a token of appreciation. Ling Xiao did not refuse and accepted it. He had spent too many low-grade spirit stones at the last auction. Recently, he was lacking these things. "I didn't bring many good things with me this time. Use these spirit stones first. When we return to the 8 Deity Mountain, I have something good to give you. I definitely won't let you down." Chapter 2365. After returning to his room, Ling Xiao began to tidy up the spoils of war. The 5 genius disciples of the Scarlet Fairy Mountain and the storage rings of the Violets. There were quite a lot of good things in there. On the way here, Ling Xiao did not look carefully. He only knew that the Violets' storage rings contained spirit stones and the soul lock token. Now that the soul lock token had been handed over, he was not particularly clear about the number of spirit stones in there. For the convenience of using them in the future, it was better to tidy them up. He had done many things like killing and robbing, so he was not particularly excited. However, after he checked all 6 storage rings, he could not help but be excited. The difference is too big, isn't it? We, the disciples of the Black Fairy Mountain, would be thankful if we had 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, these fellows had tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones and millions of mid-grade spirit stones. We've really struck it rich. These spirit stones were enough for him to buy many herbs and cultivation necessities. Mid-grade spirit stones, on the other hand, were necessary for cultivation. No matter what cultivation materials he obtained, mid-grade spirit stones were essential. These 1 million spirit stones were enough for him to use for a long time. Of course, in addition to these spirit stones, there were some clothes in the storage rings, as well as some martial arts manuals. Ling Xiao did not need these things, so he planned to keep them to enrich his secret library in the Celestial Empire. Although it was easy for him to get these low-grade and mid-grade jade martial arts manuals, they were rare items in the White Tiger continent. After tidying up, Ling Xiao put all the storage rings that he did not need together. He planned to give them to his own people. These storage rings, don't look at how he did not take them seriously, but to the vast majority of martial artists, they were rare items. His dream was that storage rings would no longer be rare items in the Celestial Empire. They would become common items that everyone had. After keeping the storage rings, he began to meditate to recover. Although he was not injured, he had used up a lot of energy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he could consolidate the results that he had honed along the way, especially the fourth style of the meteor sword art that he had just mastered. That formidable power still made his heart surge. After pondering over it for a while, this move would definitely be useful in the upcoming duel on Celestial Devil Peak. 2 hours passed very quickly. Outside, the disciples of the Upper Eight Immortal Mountains sent out a signal to gather. Ling Xiao tidied up his clothes and stepped out of the room. Together with the others, they returned to the courtyard of Heavenly Devil Peak. At this moment, a huge screen had appeared in the sky above the courtyard. This screen was condensed from essence energy and could receive soul signals, perfectly transmitting the battle scene. The 4 teams participating in the battle, come here. No Light in the Night waved his hand, and the 4 groups of 20 participants all came to his side. Now, I'll briefly explain the rules. When you challenge Celestial Devil Peak, you'll be randomly teleported to different auxiliary peaks. Then, in a one-on-one battle, there are only 2 ways to end the battle. One is to admit defeat, and the other is to lose consciousness. This includes being unconscious or dying. When No Light in the Night was reading out the rules, the participants were whispering to each other. Akira and Desert Cloud stood together from the beginning. Junior Ling, are you confident in dealing with that Ling Xiao? That kid's strength seems to be much stronger than before. Desert Cloud reminded her. I know, but no matter how much he improves, his current cultivation is only at the early stage of the first transformation, second layer of hell. Although there are some strange beast warrior transformations that can at most raise his battle strength to the middle stage of the second layer of hell. But I have the Crimson Demon battle body, and my battle strength is not inferior to the early stage of the first transformation third layer of hell. Do you think I'll be afraid of him? Akira said unhappily. She felt that Desert Cloud was not being concerned, but looking down on her. It's good that you're confident. I've already seen that in your group. Only Ling Xiao is difficult to deal with. The other 3 are our own people, and they should admit defeat immediately. Desert Cloud said with a smile. Senior Brother Shah's group doesn't have any powerful people. Li Yan and Bei Renfeng's strength is not bad, but under Senior Brother Shah's hands, they probably won't last more than 3 moves. Akira said indifferently, 3 moves? 1 move to end the battle. Actually, the most troublesome thing is not the group battles, but the battle between the 4 people after the first place is decided. Maybe the 2 of us will have to fight. Desert Cloud said disdainfully. Yes, not only the 2 of us. I think that Qingyuan Flower should also be able to enter the final 4 battles. No matter who meets her, don't be soft-hearted. She actually dares to mix with Ling Xiao. We should let her understand that it's a big mistake. Akira said in a low voice. These 2 people did not put Ling Xiao in their eyes at all. Even when Ling Xiao escaped from the two of them, they thought that it was because they were careless. After all, they did not use their full strength at that time. The only thing they were afraid of now was Qingyuan flour. The other opponents that were a threat to them were all defeated by them in the first round. All right, no more nonsense. The rules have been announced. Now, let's begin the first battle. The first battle was between Akira and a genius from the Scarlet Fairy Mountain. This genius immediately announced his surrender and did not even step into the battlefield. Since there were 5 people in a group, everyone would have to fight 4 battles. In the end, the one with the most victories would advance. Hence, the disciples of the Scarlet Fairy Mountain were very clear that rather than fighting among themselves, it would be better to let Akira advance directly. The second battle was between Desert Cloud and Bei Renfeng. Junior brother Ling, I'm not Desert Cloud's opponent, but I'm not willing to admit defeat just like that. Watch carefully. Bei Renfeng's words were clear to Ling Xiao. He wanted to fight with Desert Cloud, so that Ling Xiao could see how Desert Cloud fought. Senior brother, there's no need to fight head-on. If you can't win, just admit defeat. Don't worry. Even if you can't advance to the 8 Immortal Mountain, I can still make your strength stronger than those disciples in the 8 Immortal Mountain. Ling Xiao said this because he was confident in this aspect. He had once reached the rebirth realm. In the 8 Immortal City, there were no longer any warriors with such cultivation. The last rebirth realm expert was still Ling Yan. All right, I believe you. Bei Renfeng nodded. If it was before, he would definitely not believe Ling Xiao's words. However, after going through so many things, he absolutely believed Ling Xiao's words. Activate the teleportation formation. No light in the night activated the teleportation formation. Through the huge screen, they could see the battle between the two. It was also a mountain peak, but there was boiling lava everywhere, releasing a terrifying amount of heat. Chapter 2366. The battle against the Heavenly Demon Peak is indeed not an ordinary arena battle. The moment I step into the lava, I have to use my origin energy to protect my body from being burned, and I have to split my attention to fight. This is indeed difficult, much more difficult than an ordinary arena battle. Moreover, there might be terrifying elemental creatures attacking from time to time. Even if you are strong, you have to be careful. Otherwise, it is absolutely possible for you to fail miserably. Ling Xiao looked at the battlefield on the big screen and could not help but sigh in his heart. This made him involuntarily think of some of the battles he had experienced in the past. A one-on-one battle in such a harsh environment was really rare. I'll go first. Ho Renfeng, don't be scared out of your wits. Desert Cloud looked coldly at Ho Renfeng and stepped into the teleportation array. Then, his figure appeared on the screen. He stepped lightly in the void. If one looked closely, they would realize that there was a thin layer of gravel under his feet. It was this layer of gravel that allowed him to easily soar in the void without using too much origin energy. I'm not afraid to say that although Desert Cloud is a little arrogant, the Sand Race's martial soul is really difficult to deal with. Ling Xiao frowned. He knew that Desert Cloud could float in the air because of the Sand Race's martial soul. In comparison, Ho Renfeng was a little clumsy. He could only rely on his own body movement to leap up. This way, he could avoid being burned by the boiling lava. However, this would consume a lot of origin energy. I advise you to admit defeat as soon as possible, so that you won't embarrass yourself in front of so many people. Otherwise, I will definitely make you lose all your face and never be able to raise your head in the 8 Immortal Mountain. Although Desert Cloud thought that he was much stronger than Ho Renfeng, he still wanted to use as little energy as possible to defeat Ho Renfeng in the most energy-efficient way. Bullsh *T. I am not as good as you, but I won't lose to you easily. Ho Rinfeng knew that he was not Desert Cloud's opponent. However, this arena was not an ordinary one. He still had a chance to turn the tables. Moreover, his opponent's words were so unpleasant. How could he admit defeat so quickly? He would not do it even if he was beaten to death. His Hai Rinfeng was someone who cared about his reputation. Very well, you asked for it. Desert Cloud snorted coldly and waved his hand. A spear made of sand pierced through the air and shot out. He charged towards Ho Rinfeng at an extremely fast speed. Ho Rinfeng frowned, but he did not retreat or dodge. Instead, he charged towards the Desert Cloud, because he knew very well that if he chose to dodge at this time, he might have to keep running until he was defeated in the end. He would have no chance to get close to his opponent at all. If they wanted to encounter the Desert Cloud, they had to be fearless. The terrifying spear pierced through Ho Rinfeng's body. However, at that moment, the Ho Rinfeng managed to avoid being hit. Taking advantage of Desert Cloud's surprise, it dashed out. His fists landed heavily on Desert Cloud's body. I hit him. Ho Rinfeng revealed a look of ecstasy. He had risked getting injured so that he could land the final hit on Desert Cloud. He wanted to use his strongest attack on Desert Cloud. However, in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. Desert Cloud's ferocious expression appeared in front of his eyes. With your weak fists, so what if I hit you? Can you even catch me? A layer of strange sand appeared on Desert Cloud's body. It was like an eggshell and easily blocked Ho Rinfeng's attack. Therefore, Ho Rinfeng's attack did not cause any damage to his opponent. Admit defeat. Ling Xiao suddenly shouted. I admit defeat. Ho Rinfeng subconsciously shouted out. When he shouted the words, I admit defeat, Desert Cloud did not have any intention of stopping. Terrifying Yin-Yang Yuan Qi was injected into the spear. A terrifying suction force began to absorb Ho Rinfeng's blood. Bastard! At that moment, No Light in the Night slammed the chair, and Desert Cloud, who was fighting, was sent flying. Do I have to explain the rules I've mentioned a second time? If something like this happens again, and the opponent still attacks after admitting defeat, not only will he be disqualified, I will kill him personally. Desert Cloud was unwilling, but he was scared out of his wits. No Light in the Night actually attacked him across space. If not for the fact that he only wanted to push him back, he would have died. He was really scared. Of course, No Light in the Night did not do this to protect Ho Rinfeng. He only wanted to protect his own dignity. If someone dared to disobey the rules, he said, he would not allow it. Are you okay, senior brother? Two people came out of the teleportation array. One was the gloomy-looking Desert Cloud, and the other was the weak-looking Ho Rinfeng. I almost died. That kid is really ruthless. Junior brother, if you meet him, you must be careful. That kid's defense is a little strange. Although it is not a battle constitution, it is better than a battle constitution. Ho Rinfeng reminded, I know, senior brother. Thank you. In fact, Ling Xiao had watched the battle from beginning to end, so he naturally knew that Desert Cloud's defense was very strong. He gave Ho Rinfeng a pill and said, there is still some time before your next battle. Go and rest first. Okay. Ho Rinfeng naturally knew how effective Ling Xiao's pill was, so he happily went to the side and began to heal himself. The third battle was between Lin Yang and the disciple of Scarlet Fairy Mountain. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Yang would lose without a doubt. After all, his opponent's cultivation was stronger than Lin Yang. But when the battle began, the situation was completely different. Lin Yang's heavenly demon spider transformation was powerful and shocking. It directly knocked out the disciple of Scarlet Fairy Mountain. Heavenly demon spider transformation. This kid is a dark horse. That's right. Violets seem to have the heavenly demon spider transformation. I have seen it before. It is really powerful. I didn't expect Lin Yang to have it too. From the looks of it, he should be able to enter the final 4 battles. I think the first group to advance will be Akira. The second group will be Desert Cloud. The third group will be Lin Yang. The fourth group will be Qinghuan Flower. Agreed. I think so too. The judgment of the person above was also the judgment of the majority of the people. But there were also people who didn't think so. For example, among the disciples of Upper 8 Immortal Mountain, Lin Ruoxian, who was in charge of guarding duty, believed that Ling Xiao would be able to stand out. Maybe there is more than one dark horse this time. Out of the 4 groups, I am afraid that 3 of the people who advance will be Team Skyscraper. Lin Ruoxian muttered to herself. Stop dreaming, Lin Ruoxian. You think too highly of those trash. Other than the Qinghuan Flower, Ling Xiao and Lin Yang have no chance. Sand Eagle said confidently. Chapter 2367. In the 4th group, the Qinghuan Flower's victory was almost guaranteed. This was what many people had expected, so it was not surprising. The following battles proceeded in an orderly manner, one battle after another. The rest of the battles did not exceed everyone's expectations. Only Ling Xiao and Lin Yang were the biggest dark horses in this assessment. In the first group, Akira and Ling Xiao were undefeated until the last round. In other words, in the last round, the battle between the 2 of them would be the key. Whoever won would become the final 4 and compete for the 3 spots to enter the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain. In the second group, only Desert Cloud had not lost a single battle and had advanced to the next round. In the third group, Lin Yang had not lost a single battle. In the fourth group, the Qinghuan Flower. Therefore, at this time, the battle that attracted the most attention was the battle between Akira and Ling Xiao. Akira was a goddess of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. Even in the entire Lower 8 Immortal Mountain, she was the dream marriage partner of many talented warriors. But this woman's strength made many people feel intimidated at the sight of her. Therefore, every single one of her battles received a lot of attention. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, had done a few earth-shattering things in the past and was very famous in the Lower 8 Immortal Mountain. Even if many people were not convinced, it was the truth. The battle between the 2 of them would undoubtedly become the focus of attention. Moreover, the top 4 of the other 3 groups had already been decided. Only the first group was left. Their battle would attract even more attention. The last battle of the group battle, Ling Xiao versus Akira. You may step into the teleportation array. No Light in the Night looked at Ling Xiao with interest. It seemed that he was becoming more and more interested in this little guy. Ling Xiao had slapped his face. However, No Light in the Night did not seem to care. If he could recruit a top genius for the Dark Tribe, it did not matter even if his face was smashed. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and stepped into the teleportation portal. Their battlefield this time was exactly the same as the one where Desert Cloud and Ho Renfeng had fought. Hot lava flowed continuously, and the scalding heat made people afraid to touch the ground. Ling Xiao calmly stepped into the boiling magma and didn't float at all. What is that kid doing? Doesn't he want those feet? But that's boiling hot lava. Seeing Ling Xiao's actions, everyone was shocked. Even Ling Xiao's teammates in the first round were shocked. What are you panicking for? Everyone saw it. An expert was indeed an expert. Dark Knight instantly saw through the strangeness of Ling Xiao's legs. At this moment, not only was Ling Xiao's feet not burned by the boiling lava, it was as if they had become one with the lava. Lava battle body. Someone finally recognized Ling Xiao's special skill. That's right. It's the lava battle body, and it's an intermediate one. This kid is really lucky. maybe this battlefield will be more suitable for him. The Orange Fairy Mountain Master said excitedly. Although his granddaughter Cheng Feiying had been eliminated, she was still young. If she could build a good relationship with Ling Xiao, it would be easier for her to enter the 8 Immortal Mountain in the future. What's an intermediate lava battle body? What a joke! Suddenly, Akira's voice rang out. She stepped directly on the boiling lava, and red scales appeared on the surface of her body. It was very strange. Crimson Demon Battle Body. The disciples of Scarlet Fairy Mountain, who were unhappy with Ling Xiao's intermediate lava battle body, became excited when they saw Akira's Crimson Demon Battle Body. That kid's lava battle body is nothing. It's only an intermediate one. Our Mrs. Crimson Demon Battle Body is an advanced one, although she hasn't used it yet. I guess that kid Ling Xiao isn't qualified. The disciples of Scarlet Fairy Mountain had reason to believe that Akira could defeat Ling Xiao. Not only was Akira's cultivation higher than Ling Xiao's, but she also had the Crimson Demon Battle Body, which was stronger than Ling Xiao's Lava Battle Body. What did Ling Xiao have to win? Ling Xiao, I really admire you. You actually dare to stand face to face with me. It seems like you're really not afraid of death. Akira looked coldly at Ling Xiao, revealing a mocking expression. Of course, I'm afraid of death, but you're not qualified to make me afraid. Ling Xiao said disdainfully, We're already here. If there's nothing else, let's fight. It's really boring to just talk. Since you're so anxious to die, I really want to fulfill your wish. But if you admit defeat, I won't be able to continue attacking. Why don't we make an oath before the battle? Akira wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, she looked at Ling Xiao and said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Smelly girl, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't be so long-winded. Ling Xiao looked at Akira and said coldly, It's very simple. If you admit defeat today, then you'll become the other person's slave for life and can't regret it. How about it? Akira said with a smile that wasn't a smile. I really don't care about a slave like you. If you sell your soul to the Crimson Demon, what if it eats me when I'm sleeping at night? Ling Xiao curled his lips and said, However, since you've already said so, if I don't agree, it would seem that I'm afraid of you. Forget it. I'll do as you say. But I need this oath to get the support of the elders. Otherwise, if you regret it, then no one will help me. After all, your mother is a tigress. I can be the witness. No Light in the Night smiled and seemed to be very interested. After all this time, this guy was also a very playful person. Okay, then thank you, Elder No Light in the Night. Ling Xiao cupped his hands. Although he really didn't care about a slave like Akira, if she admitted defeat, he couldn't be ruthless. No Light in the Night had already displayed a terrifying ability. If he really angered the elder, then he wouldn't be able to keep his life. Akira seemed to be happier than Ling Xiao, because she never thought that she would lose. She was also worried that if Ling Xiao admitted defeat, then she wouldn't have the chance to kill Ling Xiao. Then she would settle for the second best and make Ling Xiao her slave. Then she could torture Ling Xiao at will. In this woman's heart, she was actually very jealous of Ling Xiao. She also wanted to trample Ling Xiao under her feet because Ling Xiao was too arrogant and didn't give her face. The oath is over. Should we start the battle? Ling Xiao looked at Akira and said, Of course, you will soon taste the true power of the Crimson Demon Battle physique. Don't worry. Next, even if you don't die, you will soon become my slave. At that time, if I want you to die, you will die. You don't have any choice. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. Chapter 2368. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless when dealing with Akira. It had always been his style to look down on the enemy strategically and pay attention to the enemy tactically. The Tyrant Blood Demon Dragon Martial Soul transformation was quickly activated. although it was only an ordinary beast warrior transformation, because Ling Xiao had mastered the soul and bloodline of the beast god prince. His transformation naturally had the special characteristics of a beast god martial soul transformation. This transformation was more powerful than an ordinary beast soul martial soul transformation. It could be said that apart from the former beast god martial soul transformation, Ling Xiao's strength was absolutely incomparable to an ordinary person's. Beast warrior transformation. Very good. You used this transformation to defeat our Scarlet Deity Mountains people. Today, I, Akira, will completely defeat you in your strongest state. Facing Ling Xiao's beast warrior transformation, Akira wasn't afraid. She knew how powerful her Scarlet Demon Battle physique was. Facing Ling Xiao, what was there to be afraid of? Don't talk nonsense, just make your move. At this time, Ling Xiao still maintained his cultivation at the early stage of the first transformation, second layer of hell, because he wanted to test his potential. Only in this kind of training could he improve faster. If he used his real cultivation, Akira wouldn't be his opponent at all. If he defeated her too easily, he would lose the opportunity to train. Okay, then I'll fulfill your wish. Akira didn't talk nonsense and launched her attack under everyone's gaze. Her figure didn't move, but her right hand waved out a palm. This was the move of the Scarlet Demon Battle physique, Scarlet Demon Netherworld Palm. The terrifying palm wind completely blew away the surrounding magma. A terrifying aura made many of the audience in front of the screen feel the terrifying pressure that was suffocating. One must know that the whole process of this battle was broadcasted live to the entire 8 Immortal Mountain. At this time, as long as one was a disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain, they could watch this battle through the soul screen. Many people felt that Akira's Scarlet Demon Netherworld Palm was incomparably powerful. Ling Xiao naturally felt the same, but at this time, his expression didn't change. On his body, the terrifying magma began to boil unceasingly, enveloping his originally ferocious tyrant blood demonic dragon transformation. The demonic dragon was wrapped in a layer of boiling magma, making it look like a magma demonic dragon. You want to defeat me with a mere intermediate lava battle body? Akira snorted in disdain and continued to press forward with his palm. Akira is too careless. Ling Xiao's intermediate lava battle constitution, combined with the tyrant blood demonic dragon transformation, is almost as powerful as an advanced lava battle constitution. If she underestimates him, she will definitely suffer. Qi Lian frowned. Although she was very unwilling to admit it, Ling Xiao's performance really made her feel a little fearful. This kid's growth was too fast. She really didn't want to see Qi Yenner's tragedy happen to Akira. Humph, what bullshit lava battle body. I think he's just bluffing. Sand Eagle heard Crimson Viper's worry, but he was dissatisfied. He felt that Crimson Viper was trying to boost the morale of others and diminish his own prestige. Bullshit lava battle body. As a disciple of the Sand Clan and a disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain, you can't even cultivate a battle body successfully. If he's bullshit, then aren't you worse than bullshit? No Light in the Night's cold and ruthless voice sounded. Sand Eagle was speechless. He didn't understand why No Light in the Night was on Ling Xiao's side. However, he didn't dare to refute No Light in the Night's words. There was no way to refute. A battle body wasn't something that could be cultivated just because one's cultivation was strong. It required a very strong physical quality to be able to withstand the tempering of the Yuan Jade. Ordinary people really couldn't do it. However, he was just unhappy. A battle body wasn't something that had to be cultivated. As long as one's cultivation was strong enough, even if one didn't have a battle body, they could still defeat Ling Xiao. He thought viciously that as long as Akira defeated Ling Xiao, No light in the night would have no face to criticize him. At this moment, there was a sudden exclamation. Sand Eagle hurriedly looked at the battlefield. On the battlefield, Ling Xiao held a heavy sword in his hand. The sword was swallowing and spitting out sword chi made of intertwined lava, and it blasted on Akira's palm wind. Lava meteor sword art, lava fall. Ling Xiao didn't immediately use his strongest move because Akira didn't use his full strength at this time. Since the other party wanted to play, he would accompany him to the end. He wanted to make Akira accept his defeat wholeheartedly. Lava fall collided with the crimson demonic nether palm. If it was the previous Ling Xiao, he would have been directly blown away. But today, he only took 3 steps back. Akira didn't take a step back. Impossible. How did Ling Xiao become so strong? Miss Ling didn't kill him with one palm strike? The disciples of Scarlet Fairy Mountain were the most shocked. What they wanted to see was the scene of Ling Xiao being sent flying, but Ling Xiao didn't let them succeed. What are you afraid of? Miss Ling hasn't used her full strength yet. Her crimson demonic battle body is only at the intermediate level. Desert Cloud said disdainfully. Ling Xiao can only be a little rampant now. Next, if he doesn't admit defeat and become a slave, he will die. Unlike Desert Cloud, who was a bystander, Akira was extremely angry at this time. She was very confident that this palm strike could kill Ling Xiao, but the result really didn't satisfy her. Ling Xiao's progress is too fast. If I don't kill him now, I'm afraid I won't have a chance in the future. She had sacrificed a lot and even sold her soul to the crimson demonic nether. If she still couldn't kill Ling Xiao, then she would be too useless. Kill you. Crimson demonic nether palm. Second style, crimson demonic sky. An even more powerful palm technique with even more crazy power. Apart from not raising the crimson demonic battle body to the advanced level, Akira could be considered to have used all her strength. She didn't believe that she couldn't kill Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao's eyes were still cold. He didn't even have the slightest fear when facing Akira. There was only indifference. From the other party's eyes, he could see the crazy killing intent that the other party had towards him. How could he not feel such a strong killing intent? Since she wanted to kill him, then why should he have the slightest sympathy? He believed that a woman like Akira wouldn't take the initiative to admit defeat. He could use the oath from before to eliminate this vicious woman on the spot. He wanted everyone to understand. Those who wanted to kill him, Ling Xiao, had to die if they couldn't kill him, Ling Xiao. He wouldn't show any mercy. You don't understand the difference in strength between us. You're really pitiful. Can't you see it? I've already shown mercy to you, but you're still stubborn. Ling Xiao looked at Akira indifferently and said coldly, "Bullshit." Akira roared. Her figure flickered, and the terrifying palm wind turned into countless illusions that enveloped Ling Xiao. Chapter 2369. The sky-piercing crimson demon was truly terrifying. Every palm strike seemed to be able to destroy the sky. The power was so strong that it was suffocating. Terrifying sounds could be heard in the air. Even the elemental creatures that were sneaking up on Akira were smashed into pieces by the terrifying palm winds. They didn't even have the chance to sneak up on her before they were killed by the terrifying palm winds. In the face of Akira's attack, Ling Xiao only used one strike. The heavy sword was surrounded by boiling lava, as if it was wrapped in a layer of lava battle intent. This is a battlefield. That belongs to me. It seems that I don't even need to use the advanced lava battle body to deal with Akira. Ling Xiao sneered, and the terrifying sword intent suddenly condensed into a point. A thick lava sword aura was emitted from the tip of the sword. The sword chi shattered in the void and turned into burning heavenly fire. Lava meteor sword art. Second move, lava heavenly fire. He still didn't reveal his stronger cultivation, but only used a more powerful sword move. The terrifying heavenly fire clashed with Akira's powerful palm winds, making crackling sounds. The sky seemed to be burning. What shocked Akira the most was that this time, Ling Xiao only took 2 steps back, but she also took 2 steps back. This is impossible. Impossible. My attack is clearly stronger. How can this be? Qi Ling was a little confused. She was confused by Ling Xiao's incomprehensible battle prowess. The spectators watching the battle were even more shocked. They couldn't understand. How could a guy that no one thought highly of, who should have been eliminated in the first round, tie with Akira? And why did this guy feel like he was getting stronger? The Crimson Demon Nether Palm released with the Crimson Demon Battle Body, as the foundation is no weaker than an ordinary advanced Jade grade martial skill. How could you block it? Why? In the process of retreating, Akira's hair was disheveled. She had completely lost her usual confident image, as if she was a crazy woman. Why? Because you're not as good as me. Ling Xiao's answer made Akira even angrier. Not as good as you? You dare to say that I'm not as good as you? Akira's eyes turned red. She couldn't stand being looked down upon by someone like Ling Xiao. Ah! She roared, and her body began to change. The reason why Akira didn't use the advanced Crimson Demon Battle Body wasn't only because she felt that it wasn't necessary, but also because the Crimson Demon Battle Body made her look extremely ugly. Her entire body was covered in crimson scales. Even her face was covered in devilish skin. A long tail trailed behind her. His appearance was extremely strange. If it was a man who became like this, it could be said that it was cool. But for a woman to become like this, especially a beautiful woman, it was simply unacceptable. At the very least, Qi Ling couldn't accept it. You forced me to do this. I didn't want to do this, but you let me enter the advanced Crimson Demon Battle physique state. Now you're dead. Akira's voice became coarse. It sounded like a man's voice, and it was very unpleasant to listen to. But she didn't care about that. She only wanted Ling Xiao to die. As long as she could kill Ling Xiao, that would be enough. Boom! A terrifying power was released from her body, and all the elemental creatures within 10 meters of her were directly crushed. This wasn't just the peak of her power, but also the peak of her anger. Ling Xiao is really dead this time. Desert Cloud trembled with excitement. Once Junior Sister Ling uses the advanced Crimson Demon Battle Body, even I have to be wary not to mention Ling Xiao. He has no chance. No matter how arrogant he was, he's going to fall at this moment. Ling Xiao. Akira's coarse voice echoed in the air. It's not over yet. I'm going to crush you and make you despair. Advanced Crimson Demon Battle Body coupled with a high-grade Jade grade martial skill, and it's proficient in fire. You have no chance. This is a real high-grade Jade grade martial skill, not the Crimson Demon Dark Palm. Ling Xiao's expression was still calm, because Akira's advanced Crimson Demon Battle Body and high-grade Jade grade martial skill were not surprising to him. As the daughter of the Scarlet Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord, if she couldn't even get a high-grade Jade grade martial skill, she would be too useless. Fortunately, the opponent's high-grade Jade grade martial skill was only proficient in fire. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with him. He sneered and said, "Your power really makes me excited. In order to let you know why you're going to die, I've decided to let you see something fun." At that moment, Ling Xiao's aura rose rapidly. The aura of the middle stage of the First Revolution Second. Hell was completely released. At this moment, all of his abilities rose by a large margin. Damned fellow, how did he cultivate? Seeing Ling Xiao continue to grow stronger, many people in the crowd were conflicted. First of all, the Green Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord. He had a bet with Ling Xiao before. If Ling Xiao could advance to the Eight Immortal Mountain, he would have to apologize to Ling Xiao in public. Moreover, he would have to agree to Ling Xiao's request. Although Ling Xiao was still a distance away from advancing to the Eight Immortal Mountain, but Ling Xiao's current performance was not inferior to the powerful Akira. If Ling Xiao could defeat Akira, it was almost certain that he would advance to the next level. How could he not be nervous? He was the dignified Green Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord. How could he apologize to an ordinary disciple? There was another person who was very conflicted. That person was the Desert Cloud. Since the day Ling Xiao defeated Shanghai, he had always wanted to take Ling Xiao's life, because he was afraid that Ling Xiao's strength would continue to increase, afraid that Ling Xiao would surpass him. However, the cruel reality was that Ling Xiao's current strength had reached the point where he had to take him seriously. How many days had it been? Sha Jiao was also in a bad mood. Previously, when he was reprimanded by No Light in the Night, he really hoped that Ling Xiao would be beaten to death by Akira so that he could vent his anger. But now, Akira had become stronger, and Ling Xiao had also become stronger. Could it be that this kid had no limit? Sha Jiao, when you offended Ling Xiao, I warned you that it was best not to provoke Ling Xiao. He is a rebirth realm martial artist. Since he could reach the rebirth realm before, he can do it again. This time, he can still do it. You actually underestimated him like that. Now, do you regret it? Lin Ruoxian looked at Sha Jiao and sneered coldly. Shut up. I don't believe that he can survive Akira's advanced Crimson Demon Battle physique. Sha Jiao roared. Not only does Akira have the advanced Crimson Demon Battle physique, his cultivation is also stronger than his, and he also has a high Jade grade martial skill. What does he have? How can he win? Chapter 2370. Sha Jiao hated it when Lin Ruoxian spoke up for Ling Xiao, because he liked Lin Ruoxian and wanted Lin Ruoxian. Which man could tolerate the woman he liked speaking up for another man? Moreover, this man had a grudge against him. Is that so? Anyway, I think the outcome will be decided soon. We'll know who the winner is soon. Lin Ruoxian didn't want to continue arguing with this crazy man. She looked at the screen and looked at the man she liked, Ling Xiao. Lin Ruoxian didn't understand how Ling Xiao became so strong. However, this was enough to prove that she had not wasted her time in helping Ling Xiao protect him for the past few days. At that time, she only did her best. As for whether she could help Ling Xiao, she didn't know. But now, she believed that her judgment was right. The man she trusted had created amazing miracles time and time again. Perhaps this is the reason why I wanted to bring him to the Eight Immortals Mountain when I first saw him. Lin Ruoxian's beautiful eyes moved, and a blush appeared on her beautiful face. This scene made Sha Jiao so angry that he wanted to go up and fight with Ling Xiao. But it was useless, because he didn't dare to go against No Light in the Knight's order to make trouble. Only Ling Xiao would dare to do such a crazy thing. Sha Jiao suddenly felt that he was a little too cowardly. On the battlefield, Ling Xiao and Akira's aura rose to the peak. What Qiling used was naturally the advanced Crimson Demon Battle physique combined with a high-tier Jade grade martial art. Ling Xiao's cultivation suddenly increased, and coupled with the domineering demonic tyrant blood dragon martial soul transformation, in addition to the powerful intermediate lava battle physique, he struck the heavy sword in his hand. It seemed that he was inferior to Akira in all aspects, but in terms of aura, he didn't lose to his opponent at all. I'm really surprised that you can still maintain such a strong fighting spirit, even when facing my advanced Crimson Demon Battle physique. However, the more you act like this, the more valuable it is to defeat you. I know that you're a man who won't admit defeat, so the only path left for you is death. Akira condensed a powerful battle technique while looking coldly at Ling Xiao. It was as if the young man in front of him had already turned into a corpse. The terrifying combat skills she unleashed were far more powerful than the Qingyuan flower's passionate swordsman, heartless sword. In terms of power and maturity, it was superior. Between heaven and earth, a raging fire raged. Behind Qi Ling, a huge crimson demon phantom appeared. It was as if there were demons roaring in the air. The blazing demonic shadow rapidly closed in on Ling Xiao, pressing down on him with a strong and domineering aura. A high-tier jade grade martial skill is indeed powerful. Unfortunately, you're only proficient in fire mastery, and with your current cultivation, you're completely unable to control it. Although I don't have a high-tier jade grade martial skill, a mid-tier jade grade martial skill is enough to deal with you. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. Facing Akira's oppressive aura, he didn't even bat an eyelid. On the heavy sword, there seemed to be a star shining continuously, and the light was getting brighter and brighter. Within the light, there was a large amount of lava energy. The same blazing light seemed to be competing with the radiance of the crimson demon battle physique. Ling Xiao didn't like to use cannons to kill mosquitoes. If it was a mid-tier jade grade martial skill that could solve the problem, he definitely wouldn't use a stronger move, because that would be a waste. Akira was indeed powerful, but the current him was also incomparably powerful. Tyrant, blood, demon, dragon, martial spirit transformation. The power of the heavenly earth queen that was contained in every cell, coupled with this lava-filled battlefield, it was a terrifying sight. To him, it was extremely advantageous. Under such circumstances, he didn't even need to use his advanced lava battle physique. Not to mention the high-tier jade grade martial skill. It would be better to hide it and use it to deal with Desert Cloud. Desert Cloud's strength was still slightly stronger than Akira's. If he revealed his strength too early, it would be troublesome later on. It's a pity that Ling Xiao is only a disciple of the Black Deity Mountain. It's as difficult as ascending the heavens to obtain a high-tier jade grade martial skill. This time, I'm afraid he's doomed. Among the audience, there were people who had high expectations for Ling Xiao. After all, it wasn't easy for Ling Xiao to reach this stage. Many people hoped that he could break some traditions and defeat those high and mighty people. But seeing this, they started to worry. Dark Knight, formless, you're too stingy. No matter how poor your Black Deity Mountain is, you should be able to give Ling Xiao a high-tier jade grade martial skill, right? No Light in the Night looked at Dark Knight, formless, and smiled faintly. To be honest, I didn't expect him to reach this stage. The reason why I didn't give him a high-tier jade grade martial skill was because I was worried that he would waste his time. Dark Knight, formless, sighed and said, "It seems like I made a mistake. Hill Master, you're worrying too much." Junior brother said that his mid-tier jade grade martial skill could defeat Qi Ling. I absolutely believe him. Qi Renfeng was a straightforward person. Once he believed in someone, he would trust them completely. He might have doubted Ling Xiao's strength in the past, but today he didn't have any doubts at all. Look at the powerful energy in his sword. It's not any weaker than Akira's high-tier jade grade martial skill. Hearing this, the audience looked at the big screen and paid special attention to the heavy sword in Ling Xiao's hand. How did this kid train? Qi Lian, the leader of the Scarlet Deity Mountain, frowned. If Qi Renfeng could see it, so could she. At this moment, the power released by Ling Xiao's sword was no weaker than Akira's. That should be a transcendent realm martial skill. The leader of the Orange Deity Mountain said, "Even if a mid-tier jade grade martial skill was cultivated to the transcendent realm, it would at most reach the initial success level of a high-tier jade grade martial skill. How can it be compared to mastery? The leader of the purple deity, Mountain, said unhappily. There is only one possibility. The quality of Ling Zhao's yin-yang yuan force is stronger than Akira's. Dark Knight Formless said what many people thought, but didn't want to say out loud. The quality of one's yuan force was a very special thing. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be a big difference between martial artists of the same level. But there was a special kind of person. They might have mastered the essence of battle intent. They might even have mastered the power of ultimacy. Their strength was much stronger than others in terms of quality. Will Akira lose? Hearing the comments of the experts, Desert Cloud started to doubt his own judgment. Qi Lian even stood up and was ready to attack. Leader Qi Lian, unless Akira admits defeat, no one is allowed to interfere in this battle. If you dare to make a move, I won't go easy on you. No Light in the Night looked at Qi Lian coldly and said, Chapter 2371. After being warned by No Light in the Night, Qi Lian's expression turned ugly. The only thing she could hope for now was that Akira wouldn't lose. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to help even if she wanted to. No Light in the Night's temper was the most evil. He didn't give face to anyone. If he really went crazy, even the 8 Immortal Mountain sect leader wouldn't be able to stop him. Qi Lian knew that her cultivation was far from No Light in the Night's. Even if she fought with her life on the line, it would be meaningless. She was an elder, but No Light in the Night was the strongest among the elders of the 8 Immortal Mountain. The difference was too obvious. Just as she was feeling extremely unreconciled, on the screen, Ling Xiao and Akira's moves seemed to have condensed to the extreme. With Akira as the center, the terrifying scarlet flames completely condensed into the appearance of an evil demon. It was incomparably huge, like a small mountain pressing down on Ling Xiao. This terrifying power made the martialists in front of the big screen feel a little breathless. I'm not as good as her. Qingluan Hua had to admit that her luck was really good. If she was in the same group as Akira, she definitely wouldn't be a match for Akira. If Ling Xiao could defeat Akira, how strong would he be? Die, Ling Xiao! This is my Scarlet Immortal Mountain strongest technique, Scarlet Flame Demon Extermination Palm. It was the same palm technique, but it was several times stronger than the Scarlet Demon Nether Palm. When this palm was blasted out, the wind and clouds immediately changed color, and heaven and earth shook. A high-tier jade, grade martial skill, was indeed worthy of its name. Moreover, it was obviously stronger than Qingluan Hua's sword technique. The power was ferocious, and it instantly arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Along the way, the elemental creatures that couldn't escape in time were all killed by this palm. Not only that, but even the mountain peak began to crack as a result. Lava power, heavenly earth power, tyrannical blood demon dragon power, meteor sword art, starburst. In the face of such a ferocious attack, Ling Zhao's expression remained indifferent. The heavy sword in his hand pierced through the air. Looks like it's really the same sword skill as before, but it's not the same move. Is this brat really going to use a mid-tier jade grade martial skill against a high-tier jade grade martial skill? Is that even possible? Even after hearing Ling Zhao's words, most people still felt that Ling Xiao was bluffing. He didn't think that a mid-tier jade grade martial skill would be a match for a high-tier jade grade martial skill. However, in the blink of an eye, the dazzling sword light suddenly shrunk to an extreme. Then, once it was released, it would suddenly explode. The terrifying power that was released in that instant caused the entire volcanic mountain to tremble and rumble. How can it be so powerful? Is this really a mid-tier jade grade martial skill? At this moment, Even No Light in the Night was in disbelief. He looked at Dark Night Formless and said, "When did you secretly teach Ling Xiao such a martial skill? It's not a high-tier martial skill, but it's better than a high-tier martial skill. This kind of power is simply too strong. Luckily, his cultivation is not high. Otherwise, even I would feel threatened." Dark Night Formless sighed and felt a little ashamed. Ling Xiao's martial skills were all self-taught. He didn't teach them. However, at this moment, he was focused on the battle in front of him and didn't explain. The exploding stellar sword Qi instantly collided with the powerful red flame demon exterminating Palm's palm wind. After a short moment of confrontation, the huge palm wind condensed into a demon was actually torn into pieces by the terrifying sword light. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, the sword Qi pierced through the palm wind and directly pierced towards Akira. Akira didn't even have time to be surprised before the overbearing sword Qi pierced through her red scales. Then it exploded again. "No!" She let out a terrified scream as her body flew out like a kite with a broken string, falling directly into the boiling lava. At this moment, she couldn't do anything. That terrifying sword Qi made her unable to take care of herself. Her body seemed to be out of her control, like a stiff puppet. After losing the protection of the large amount of red demon scales, Akira's body was severely burned when she fell into the lava. She let out a shrill scream that she had never let out before. Perhaps no one in Eight Immortal Mountain had ever heard such a miserable scream from Akira. There was no blood because the blood had been burned clean. There was only Akira's desperate and hysterical scream. "Ling, Junior Sister Ling, young miss." The people of Scarlet Immortal Mountain panicked. At this moment, Red Viper completely forgot about No Light in the Night's warning. Her figure flashed, and she rushed towards the volcanic mountain peak at an extremely fast speed. She couldn't use the teleportation array and could only rely on her movement technique. However, her speed was really as fast as lightning. She was even several times faster than Ling Xiao, who was known for his movement technique. "Thief Ling Xiao, I'm going to tear you into pieces." She absolutely couldn't forgive Ling Xiao. This person killed her youngest daughter, Qi Yen. Now, he was going to kill her eldest daughter, Akira. How could she not be angry? However, at this moment, a black ray of light flew over. Red Viper didn't even see what the light was before her body was directly knocked to the ground, and she spat out blood. "Do you think my words are nonsense? I've already warned you not to make a move." The person who made the move was naturally No Light in the Night. He didn't even leave his seat, but he easily injured Red Viper. This level of strength shocked everyone present. "Elder Yuan, what are you doing? My daughter's life is in danger. Why don't you let me save her?" Red Viper roared angrily. At this moment, she had already lost her mind. No matter who the other party was, no matter how powerful the other party was, she couldn't stay calm. After all, the one in danger was her daughter. Have you forgotten the rules of the duel in Celestial Demon Peak so quickly? No Light in the Night said indifferently, "Let her admit defeat. You don't have to do anything. I'll save her myself. Otherwise, if she's not unconscious, this battle will continue. If she's not unconscious or doesn't admit defeat, and I judge her defeat, will you be satisfied?" Although No Light in the Night's words were ruthless and cold, they were the truth. Although Akira was badly burned, she wasn't unconscious. She had the ability to admit defeat. At this moment, the duel wasn't over yet. Red Viper was stunned for a moment, then looked at the big screen and roared through her soul, "Admit defeat. Quickly admit defeat. Ling, where there's life, there's hope." She didn't dare to disobey No Light in the Night. but her eyes were filled with murderous hatred when she looked at Ling Xiao. Whether Akira lived or died this time, she couldn't let Ling Xiao go. She wanted Ling Xiao to die without a burial place. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao. If Akira didn't admit defeat, what would Ling Xiao do? Would he continue to attack? After all, Akira was almost unable to fight anymore. If he attacked now, it would seem like he was taking advantage of her. Some people who cared about their reputation wouldn't do that. Chapter 2372. To Ling Xiao, Akira was the one who wanted him dead. How could he be merciful to him? Taking advantage of him? What a joke! If he was the one on the ground, he was sure that Akira would kill him mercilessly. He was not a kind person, so when he did this kind of thing, he would not be soft-hearted at all. Damn that Ling Xiao! I'll kill him! I'll kill him! How dare he treat my junior sister like this? I'll make him beg for death. Desert Cloud was enraged to the extreme. He was Qi Ling Er's senior and junior sister, but there were some unexplainable special feelings mixed in their relationship, although neither of them admitted it. However, when he saw how badly Qi Ling had been beaten up by Ling Xiao, he was infuriated. Scarlet Lotus Mountain Master, I'll kill Ling Xiao. If he doesn't die this time, he won't be able to survive for long in the Upper Eight Immortal Mountain. Sand Eagle looked at Ling Xiao coldly. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of panic. Ling Xiao really defeated Akira, and it was an overwhelming advantage. If he could not kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible, he would not have another chance in the future. This kid would definitely ride on his head. He absolutely could not tolerate that kind of thing. Anyway, even if Ling Xiao survived Desert Cloud, he would still enter the Upper Eight Immortal Mountain. In the Upper Eight Immortal Mountain, Ling Xiao not only offended him, but also the genius Mo Feiyu. Mo Feiyu's days of confinement were coming to an end. Once he was released, he would not let Ling Xiao go. It would be easy to find a reason to kill Ling Xiao in the Upper Eight Immortal Mountain. Young master, I'm afraid it's not your turn. I'll take care of Ling Xiao for you. Desert Cloud was shocked that Ling Xiao could defeat Akira, but he believed that this was Ling Xiao's strongest ability, and he was definitely stronger than Akira, so Ling Xiao was still not his match, and if he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, this was his last chance. If he failed this time, he would not have another chance in the future. Okay, I'll leave it to you, but this kid is a bit strange. Don't underestimate him. Sand Eagle reminded him. Don't worry, young master. I admit that he's talented and his improvement is crazy, but it's impossible for him to surpass him. At least not now. I won't let this chance go. Desert Cloud gritted his teeth and looked at Ling Xiao. For Qi Ling and for himself, he had to kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, with Ling Xiao's vengeful personality, he would not let him go. Desert Cloud had a strong worry, so he had to nip this worry in the bud. The higher you climb, the harder you fall. Be happy for now. Soon, I'll make you fall to the ground in front of so many people. Desert Cloud gritted his teeth and did not say anything. Instead, he looked coldly at Ling Xiao. In this battle, he believed that Ling Xiao had already used everything that he had changed. This information was very important to him. On the other side, Tian Renfeng, Cheng Feiying, Lin Yang, and Qinghuan Flower were all stunned. Even Black Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord, Yi Wuxing, was stunned, although they all supported Ling Xiao and believed in Ling Xiao. But when Ling Xiao really defeated Akira, they felt like they were dreaming. On the battlefield, Ling Xiao did not give Akira a chance to admit defeat. He did not need a slave. What he wanted was a dead enemy. Keeping Akira alive would only bring him endless trouble, so Akira had to die. Ling Xiao, you bastard! Lord Grand Elder, he did not give Ling or a chance to admit defeat. Red Viper looked at No Light in the Night and roared. No Light in the Night also frowned. Akira was a genius, after all. His original plan was to have Akira admit defeat and become Ling Xiao's slave. As long as Akira did not die, he could still serve 8 Immortals Mountain. But now, it seemed that Ling Xiao did not give Akira a chance to admit defeat. He wanted to kill Akira. Ling Xiao, that's enough. We're all from the same sect. There's no need to fight to the death. No Light in the Night did not want to offend Red Viper too much. After all, Red Viper was a member of the Sand Tribe. Offending her was the same as offending the Sand Tribe. The Dark Tribe was strong, but there was no need to create such a powerful enemy for Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao did not seem to hear him. He continued to attack Akira like a madman. Akira had used all of his elemental energy to defend himself. He was like a punching bag. Such a defense was strong for a short period of time, but he would not be able to hold out for long. Ling Xiao, do you dare disobey Grand Elder's words? Red Viper roared. At this moment, Ling Xiao turned to look at Crimson Drill, then at Dark Knight Wukong, and said, Elder, the other party hasn't admitted defeat, nor has he fainted. According to the rules, I haven't won yet. If I stop now, who can guarantee that these shameless bastards won't go back on their word? It's not like this is the first time they've done something like this anyway. Being shameless has long become a habit for them. Don't worry. With me here, they won't dare go back on their word. Otherwise, I'll kill them for you. No Light in the Night said calmly. All right. In that case, this junior will give Grand Elder some face. Ling Xiao did this to make No Light in the Night owe him a favor. He wanted to make No Light in the Night feel indebted to him. This way, no matter what happened in the future, No Light in the Night would be biased toward him. In fact, he had already missed the chance to kill Akira when No Light in the Night spoke. If No Light in the Night wanted to save someone, there was nothing he could do. Very good. You're not bad, kid. No Light in the Night nodded and sat down. He was very satisfied that Ling Xiao gave him face. After all, with Ling Xiao's temper, he wouldn't give face to anyone. However, the moment he sat down, Akira's mottled body suddenly stood up from the magma. Even though a large part of her body was burned, Akira had no intention of admitting defeat. She even condensed a powerful move from behind, wanting to kill Ling Xiao. Naturally, Ling Xiao had already noticed this. However, he didn't move. He only sneered in his heart. This Akira is a classic example of courting death. I was already planning to spare you, but you're courting death. He didn't move, but No Light in the Night moved. In an instant, he went from the courtyard to the battlefield and fiercely pressed his palm on Akira's forehead. Akira died on the spot. A powerful being was indeed a powerful being. The strength of his attacks was something that even Ling Xiao was somewhat taken aback by. Chapter 2373. I pleaded for mercy on your behalf, and he has already spared you. However, since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being merciless. No Light in the Night threw Akira's body into the terrifying magma. Akira's lifeless body was instantly turned into charcoal. No, don't. Qi Lian let out a hoarse roar that was filled with grief and grief. It's not that I want to kill her. She doesn't know how to respect herself. No Light in the Night looked at Qi Lian coldly and returned to his seat. Then he announced, Ling Xiao wins this match. After hearing No Light in the Night's announcement, Ling Xiao also left the battlefield. Ling Xiao, remember this. The elders can help you now, but they can't help you forever. Today, you killed my daughter. I, Qi Lian, will not live under the same sky as you. Qi Lian glared at Ling Xiao. She could not afford to offend no light in the night, so she vented her endless hatred on Ling Xiao. She was the mountain master of Scarlet Fairy Mountain, the daughter-in-law of the Sand Tribe, and an elder of 8 Immortal Mountain. In the entire 8 Immortal Mountain, there were very few people who dared to not give her face. Even the sect leader had to give her some face. However, No Light in the Night was one of those people who did not give her face. Today, there was another Ling Xiao. Humph, the mountain master of Scarlet Fairy Mountain is so impressive. I'm afraid this is not the first time you've threatened me, right? However, if you want to scare me, you're still lacking. Ling Xiao, am righteous. Akira's death was her own fault. I had already let her go, but she attacked me from behind. Are all members of the Qi family as shameless and despicable as you? Ling Xiao was not afraid of Qi Lian. He had never been afraid from the beginning, even without dark night formless and no light in the night protecting him. He was still not afraid of Qi Lian. Back when he stole the Thunder Elemental Jades from Scarlet Fairy Mountain, he did not know no light in the night. At that time, Dark Night Formless did not trust him as much as she did now. Now that he had a helper, why should he be afraid of Qi Lian? Moreover, Qi Lian's cultivation was not much stronger than his. He would soon surpass this woman. If this woman was as ignorant and reckless as her daughters, then she would definitely not be merciful. She would kill those who deserved to be killed. Hearing Ling Xiao's impassioned speech, the crowd's emotions were truly complicated. Some people secretly cursed Ling Xiao for being reckless. Some people secretly praised Ling Xiao's audacity, not even putting Qi Lian in his eyes. However, if this continued, with Qi Lian's personality and the Sand Race's way of doing things, even if Ling Xiao entered the upper 8 Immortal Mountain, would he still be able to survive? Little thief, you can still talk big now, but I guarantee that you will soon accompany Ling, and Yen, You will be a slave to my 2 daughters for the rest of your life in the netherworld. After saying that, Qi Lian no longer looked at Ling Xiao. Instead, she glared fiercely at No Light in the Night and said, No light in the night, very good. You relied on your status as a founding elder to participate in the 8 Immortal Mountains assessment for no reason. Don't you care about my Scarlet Fairy Mountain and my husband's family at all? Don't forget, although my husband died a long time ago, my 2 daughters, strictly speaking, are still people of the Sand Clan. You may not be afraid of my Scarlet Fairy Mountain, but are you not afraid of the Sand Race? For the current Qi Lian, there was nothing to be afraid of. She even began to threaten No Light in the Night. Are you threatening me? No Light in the Night narrowed his eyes, and the cold aura on his body began to rise. Qi Lian gulped, frightened by No Light in the Night's terrifying aura. She sobered up a little. However, the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring and had to be released. She suppressed her fear and said, I dare not threaten Founding Elder, but I hope Founding Elder can promise me one thing. Oh, what should I promise you? No Light in the Night asked with a half-smile. Let me kill Ling Xiao. Not only will I not hold a grudge against Founding Elder, but I will also be deeply grateful to you. Qi Lian clenched her teeth and mustered up her courage. And if I don't agree? No Light in the Night sneered. You want to threaten me with the Sand Race? Have you forgotten who I am? Qi Lian, let me tell you clearly that the 8 Immortal Mountains assessment is a matter of the Dark Race. I set the rules, and that is the law. No one can change it. Not to mention a mere Qi Lian. Even if the Sand Race's patriarch came, it would be the same. If you dare talk nonsense again, I will kill you as well. You've gone too far. Qi Lian was infuriated. So what if I've gone too far? What can you do to me? Besides, I killed Akira. Why do you have to blame Ling Xiao for it? Are you afraid of me? If you want revenge, It's easy. I'm right here. You can find anyone to deal with me. As long as they can kill me, no light in the night, will admit that I'm unlucky. No light in the night said coldly. Not only was his tone cold, but it was also full of mockery. No light in the night. You're so mighty. Are you trying to bully my sand race? At this moment, a domineering voice came from afar. A moment later, the owner of this voice arrived at the courtyard, followed by a group of sand race martial artists. This group of sand race martial artists were all extremely powerful, and the one leading them was actually Sha Hai and Sha Jiao's father, Sha Lin. Since the day Sha Hai died, Sha Lin had been looking for an opportunity. He wanted to find a legitimate reason to kill Ling Xiao. If that was the case, the competitors of the sand race would have nothing to say. Today, when he saw this scene on the live broadcast of Eight Immortal Mountain, he knew that his chance had come. Sha Lin, no light in the night, looked at the person who came and frowned slightly. Big brother, I beg you to help me. That kid, Ling Xiao, that kid killed Yin. This time he killed Ling. He killed 2 of my daughters. When Qi Lian saw Sha Lin, she seemed to have found her savior. She cried and knelt down. Get up, sister-in-law. Although my brother died young, since you're a member of my sand race, I won't let anyone bully you. Sha Lin helped Qi Lian up. His attitude was ambiguous no matter how one looked at it. Qi Lian's pretty face turned slightly red. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that there was something fishy going on between these two. However, they were strong and powerful, so no one dared to say anything. Thank you, big brother, for upholding justice. Qi Lian stood up and looked at Ling Xiao. I don't have any requests. I just want Ling Xiao to die early and avenge Yin, and Ling, Sha Lin nodded and said, ever since this kid joined Eight Immortal Mountain, he has been committing crimes and killing. Several genius disciples of Eight Immortal Mountain have been killed by him. Therefore, I even suspect that he may be a spy sent by the Tianfeng group to deliberately harm our Eight Immortal Mountain. Don't worry, with me here, this kid will die. What big words. Today, with me, no light in the night. Here, let's see who can touch Ling Xiao. No light in the night was not deliberately protecting Ling Xiao. However, after Sha Lin arrived, he did not put him in his eyes and only cared about talking to Qi Lian. Chapter 2374. No light in the night was displeased by Sarlin's nonchalant behavior. The Dark Ones were supposed to be in charge of this test. No one else had the right to interfere. Even if he killed Qi Lian, the Sand Clan couldn't do anything to him, let alone killing Akira. However, Sarlin dared to say that he would kill Ling Xiao in front of him. Even if it was just for his reputation, he couldn't tolerate it. You're not going to give me face. Sarlin frowned and looked coldly at No Light in the Night. Give you face? Who's giving me face? No Light in the Night said coldly, looks like you're really going to make a move today. Listen up, this is a small misunderstanding between the Sand Clan and the Dark Ones. Don't make a move, or don't blame us for being rude in the future. Sarlin suddenly raised his voice. Of the 8 lords, only the Lord of Black, Fairy Mountain, frowned. The others didn't dare to interfere. There were even some people who were gloating over this. Very well. Sister-in-law, I'll leave Ling Xiao to you. No light in the night. I'll stop him. Sarlin said lightly, Understood, brother. Qi Lian was very excited. She knew that Sarlin wasn't a match for No Light in the Night, but the difference between them wasn't that big. Even if No Light in the Night wanted to defeat Sarlin, it would take some time. During this time, she was confident that she could kill Ling Xiao. Okay, let's do it, Sarlin said, and pounced on No Light in the Night. Qi Lian, on the other hand, went for Ling Xiao. However, They seemed to have forgotten about one person. Dark Knight Formless. When Sarlin started fighting No Light in the Night, Dark Knight Formless appeared in front of Qi Lian. Get lost. I don't want to hurt you, because you just lost your daughter. But don't force me. Dark Knight Formless looked coldly at Qi Lian. His powerful strength was obvious. Dark Knight Formless, you actually dare to go against our sand race? Have you forgotten how your son died? Qi Lian said furiously. The opportunity to kill Ling Xiao had clearly arrived. In the end, she was blocked by the Dark Knight. How could she endure this? Boom! Black Knight Formless suddenly struck out with a palm, sending crimson drill flying. I hate it when people use my son's death to humiliate me. You are courting death. Ha 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 ha! Dark Knight Formless. Today, you and I will fight these two shameless sandrace bastards. How dare they cause trouble during the Dark Race's recruitment? I don't care who he is. He must be taught a lesson today. No Light in the Night was filled with pride when he saw Dark Knight making a move. His hand movements suddenly sped up, and Saren was unable to resist for a moment. My strength is said to be the second in the 8 Immortals County. Do you really think it's a joke? You, Shaolin, are not bad, but you are still far from me. You should ask your patriarch to come here. Get lost. After a dozen moves, No Light in the Night suddenly kicked Shaolin away. At this time, Crimson Drill was also lying on the ground, apparently severely injured. Sha Linfeng had come in a dignified manner, looking very domineering. However, after a dozen moves, he was lying on the ground. It had to be said that this was a little embarrassing. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, stood there from the beginning to the end. Not even a single hair on his body was harmed. He watched the fight between these big shots coldly. At this time, he knew very well that if he did not have strength, his fate would be in the hands of others. If No Light in the Night refused to help him today, he could only run away. Since Dark Knight Formless did not have the will to fight, he could only run away. Therefore, strength was really important. In order to obtain more strength, the first step was to enter the 8 Immortals Mountain. All the disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain were qualified to obtain high-tier Jade martial arts. Although there were good and bad Jade grade high-tier martial arts, the worst Jade grade high-tier martial arts were still stronger than the best Jade grade mid-tier martial arts. This was the biggest advantage of being a disciple of the 8 Immortals Mountain. No Light in the Night, just you wait. One day, you will regret what you did today. And you, Dark Knight Formless, if the Sand Race can kill one of your sons, we can kill even more of your family. Finally, Ling Xiao, listen up. Even if you enter the 8 Immortals Mountain and offend the Sand Race, do you think you will have a good ending? I will play you to death. Crimson Drill, let's go. After being defeated by No Light in the Night, Sha Lin did not have the face to continue staying here. Right now, he had really lost too much face. He was defeated in front of all the martial artists of the 8 Immortals Mountain. Therefore, this grudge was completely formed. Crimson Drill wanted revenge. But Sha Lin was defeated. What could she do? She could only hope that Desert Cloud would be able to kill Ling Xiao. If Desert Cloud could not kill Ling Xiao, then she could only rely on the Sand Race. Therefore, she had to listen to Sha Lin. She had made up her mind. No matter what excessive requests Sha Lin had in the future, she would agree to it, because she had no other choice. Her 2 daughters had been killed. Even if she had to sell her body, she would kill Ling Xiao. No Light in the Night laughed. Sha Lin, I will wait for your revenge. I hope the Sand Race will not be muddle-headed. Otherwise, the Dark Race will not show mercy. After saying this, he looked at the crowd and said, at this point, the final 4 people have been decided. Group 1, Ling Xiao. Group 2, Desert Cloud. Group 3, Lin Yang. Group 4, Qinghuan Flower. Among the 4 of you, 3 of you will become disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain. The following battles will be according to the rules. The winner of the first group will fight against the winner of the 4th group. The winner of the 2nd group will fight against the winner of the 3rd group. In other words, Ling Xiao will fight against the Qingyuan flower, and Desert Cloud will fight against Lin Yang. The winners of these 2 battles will directly advance to the 8 Immortals Mountain. Then, the 3rd and 4th will fight. The 3rd will also advance to the 8 Immortals Mountain. Is everyone clear? At this point in the battle, no one dared to underestimate Ling Xiao. He and Desert Cloud were the most popular seeds. Therefore, such a grouping was actually very reasonable. No one felt that there was anything wrong with it. However, Desert Cloud stood up and said, "Elder, I have a request. I hope you can agree to it." "Speak." No Light in the Night said coldly. Desert Cloud swallowed his saliva. He seemed a little scared, but he still said, "I want to fight against Ling Xiao directly." There was nothing strange about his choice. For Desert Cloud, this might be the best chance for him to defeat Ling Xiao. If he missed this chance, he might not be able to defeat Ling Xiao again. Desert Cloud had a very strong feeling about this. Therefore, he definitely could not let go of this opportunity. If Ling Xiao defeated the Qingyuan flower, he would advance directly. He would not have the chance to fight against Ling Xiao again. In terms of talent, he already knew that he was not as good as Ling Xiao. He was stronger than Ling Xiao in terms of his current strength. Chapter 2375. Ling Xiao, what do you think? In the final showdown between the 4 players, Dark Knight also wanted to see a more exciting conversation between the strong. It would be a pity if he couldn't see the battle between Desert Cloud and Ling Xiao. However, No Light in the Night was a man who abided by the rules. The rules that he set naturally couldn't be violated. If he wanted to let Desert Cloud and Ling Xiao fight, he needed both of them to agree. Now that Desert Cloud had made such a request, as long as Ling Xiao agreed, there wouldn't be a problem. On the other hand, if Ling Xiao didn't agree, then there would be no point in talking about this battle. Ling Xiao, don't agree. Your priority now is to advance to the 8 Immortal Mountain. You'll have a better chance if you fight with me. Qingyuan Flower said hurriedly, "That's right, boss. As long as you defeat Lady Qing, you'll advance. There's no need to face Desert Cloud." In Lin Yang's opinion, Ling Xiao's best choice was to refuse. If he didn't agree, No Light in the Night wouldn't force him. Desert Cloud could only be anxious. "I don't want to be the only one to advance. I want all 3 of us to advance." Ling Xiao sneered. "Desert Cloud wants to fight with me because he wants to kill me. If he wants to kill me, I'll kill him. As long as he's dead, the 3 of us will advance. That's the perfect ending." "But boss, this is a huge risk. Desert Cloud is an Akira. He's much stronger." Lin Yang frowned. Although Ling Xiao's idea was very attractive, he didn't want to put Ling Xiao in danger because of him. "I don't agree either. There's obviously a safer way to advance. Why do we have to choose the harder one?" Qingyuan Flower had the same opinion. "In the end, you 2 don't trust me?" Ling Xiao smiled and raised his hand. "Elder, I agree to duel with Desert Cloud." "Are you sure?" No Light in the Night asked with a smile. "Of course I'm sure." Ling Xiao nodded. "He's crazy. He must be out of his mind. It would be easier to defeat Qingyuan. Given his relationship with Qingyuan, Qingyuan might even admit defeat. That way, he would be able to advance without shedding a drop of blood. This method is purely idiotic." "That's right, he's an idiot." The neutrals all felt that Ling Xiao was crazy. His choice was purely to increase the difficulty for himself. Desert Cloud was even more excited. Originally, he didn't expect Ling Xiao to agree to his request. After all, as long as it was a rational person, they wouldn't choose to be his enemy. Among the remaining four, he was considered the strongest. The others couldn't wait to avoid him, but Ling Xiao actually agreed. Ling Xiao, you have to think carefully. Increasing the difficulty of your advancement for no reason is a very unwise choice. Dark Knight, Formless couldn't understand Ling Xiao's actions. Hill Lord, please have some confidence in me. It's just Desert Cloud, not Crimson Viper. Do you think I'm not his match? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Dark Knight, Formless sighed. He knew that once Ling Xiao made a decision, no one could change it. Moreover, he hadn't helped Ling Xiao much. At this time, he really didn't have the face to criticize Ling Xiao. All right, since both of you agree, let's make some adjustments to the battle. Ling Xiao versus Desert Cloud. Lin Yang versus Qinghuan Flower. The first battle will be between Lin Yang and Qinghuan Flower. No light in the night announced. No need to go through so much trouble, Senior Doyen. Let me fight Ling Xiao. I request a battle to the death. Fight to the death, Desert Cloud suddenly said. No matter who dies, the remaining three will advance directly. Those two won't have to waste time fighting. Battle to the death. No light in the night frowned and said, You have to think carefully. Just now, Akira lost his life because of a boring bet. Do you want to die too? Senior Doyen, I won't die because I'm stronger than Ling Xiao. Let's see if he dares to accept. Desert Cloud looked at Ling Xiao provocatively. He knew that as long as Ling Xiao agreed to the battle to the death, no light in the night would definitely not stop it. Who's afraid of who? If it's a battle to the death, then so be it. It'll save us some trouble. Ling Xiao actually hoped that he would fight Desert Cloud first. That way, Qinghuan Flower and Lin Yang would not have to fight each other. Of those two, one was his good brother's woman, and the other was his brother. No matter who was eliminated or who was injured, he would not feel good. Only if he killed Desert Cloud, or beat Desert Cloud until he couldn't continue fighting, could he avoid such a situation. Boss, you're too impulsive. That brat clearly wants to kill you on purpose. Lin Yang said anxiously. Of course I know he wants to kill me on purpose, but so what? Akira also wants to kill me, and what happened? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Although you're my good brother, you really don't understand me. I didn't even do anything to fight Akira. I'll show you what I'm made of. I'll show you what it means to be the true number 1 genius of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. Desert Cloud is no longer in my eyes. Hearing Ling Xiao's domineering words, Lin Yang had a lot of things to say, but he couldn't say them. Qinghuan Flower also wanted to say a few words, but at this time, she also shut her mouth. Ling Xiao's confident look made her unable to think of a reason why Ling Xiao would lose. Desert Cloud, Akira was just defeated by me, and the experts of the sand race have come out. If you die, I'm afraid the entire sand race will come out. In order to avoid trouble, can we make an oath in front of everyone? Ling Xiao looked at Desert Cloud and said, What oath? No matter who dies today, each other's relatives are not to cause trouble. Otherwise, we'll automatically withdraw from the 8 Immortal Mountain. How about it? Ling Xiao said loudly. Okay. Desert Cloud had seen Ling Xiao fight before, so he was confident that he wouldn't lose. Since he couldn't lose, any bet was meaningless to him. The two of them swore to the big screen. This was heard and seen by the entire 8 Immortal Mountain. No matter how shameless the sand race was, they wouldn't dare act rashly. After all, the 8 Immortal Mountain didn't belong to the sand race alone. Are you done talking? If you are, you can go to the battlefield. No light in the night was looking forward to the real battle between the strong. The battle between Ling Xiao and Desert Cloud would let him truly understand the extent of Ling Xiao's potential. If the dark race wanted to recruit, they would definitely recruit the best. Here, he naturally supported Ling Xiao. After all, even if Desert Cloud advanced, he would still belong to the sand race, not the dark race. But if Ling Xiao didn't have the ability and died at the hands of Desert Cloud, he wouldn't feel sad. He would only feel it was a pity. Chapter 2376. Ling Xiao and Desert Cloud had made a life-and-death contract. This was made in front of everyone in the Eight Immortals Mountain, and no one could deny it. In other words, although Qingyuan Flower and Lin Yang had yet to fight, the battle between Ling Xiao and Desert Cloud was the last one. No matter what the result of their battle was, Qingyuan Flower and Lin Yang would be able to advance directly. But at this time, the two of them were not happy at all. Their advancement was achieved by Ling Xiao's risk. Unless Ling Xiao defeated Desert Cloud, how could they be happy? The battlefield of this final battle was chosen to be the Nether Peak. On the Nether Peak, there were Nether Wolves, Heavenly Demon Spiders, Nether Heavenly Demons, and other terrifying creatures. Moreover, the place was full of Yin Qi, and cold Qi entered one's body. If one was not careful, one could be controlled by the Nether Heavenly Demons floating in the void and become a walking corpse. In such a battlefield, Ling Xiao and Desert Cloud would not only have to face their opponents, but also those terrifying creatures. At least, that was what everyone thought at the beginning. Watching the two of them step onto the battlefield, everyone's emotions were a little complicated. Desert Cloud was known as the #1 genius of the lower Eight Immortals Mountain. No one thought that he would fight with Ling Xiao in the second round, because he was too strong and Ling Xiao was too weak. And Ling Xiao, who was thought to be the weakest and most likely to be eliminated, had stubbornly made it to the end. He became the darkest dark horse. He had just defeated Akira. Now he had to face Desert Cloud. The two geniuses of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain were going to fight with him, and both wanted to kill him. If he could survive under such circumstances, it would be too inconceivable. Even now, Ling Xiao's strength had been recognized by countless people. However, most people still didn't think that he could defeat Desert Cloud. In terms of cultivation, Desert Cloud was at the pinnacle of the 3rd level of hell. Although he was not a reincarnation warrior, his cultivation was much higher than Ling Xiao's. The cultivation that Ling Xiao displayed was merely at the middle stage of the 1st transformation, 2nd level of hell. Although Ling Xiao had the intermediate lava combat body, the Desert Cloud had the Sand Martial Soul, which was even more terrifying than the advanced combat body. This was the Sand Race's unique martial soul. Attack and defense were in perfect harmony. Once it was activated, it would be more powerful than regular advanced constitutions. In terms of martial skills, Desert Cloud definitely knew high-tier Jade grade martial arts. But Ling Xiao, from the situation when he fought against Akira, he only knew a mid-tier Jade grade martial skill. No matter how strong a mid-tier Jade grade martial skill was, it was impossible to compare with a high-tier Jade grade martial skill. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, Ling Xiao was no match for Desert Cloud. If there was something that Ling Xiao was worth looking forward to, it would be his identity as a reincarnation warrior. After all, martial artists who had entered the reincarnation realm had more combat experience than martial artists. Other than that, he had no other advantages. No matter how much experience he had, it couldn't make up for the difference in strength. Could Ling Xiao really be a match for Desert Cloud? Everyone had the same question. No Light in the Night was no exception. He agreed to the life and death battle between Ling Xiao and Desert Cloud because he wanted to see how far Ling Xiao could go. On the battlefield, the Nether Wolves were in packs. The Heavenly Demon Spiders were waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. The Nether Demons floated in the sky, ready to take over the warrior's body when he was weak. Such a battlefield made Qingyuan Hua and Lin Yang frown. because if it were them, they wouldn't be able to survive if they encountered these powerful creatures, let alone fight each other. Qingwan Hua had tasted the heavenly demon spider's poison. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao refining pills to expel the poison, she would probably be dead by now. But now, not only were there heavenly demon spiders, but there were also nether wolves and the even more terrifying nether demons. How could they fight? Everyone had the same question. However, the two people on the battlefield seemed to turn a deaf ear to everything around them. It was as if those terrifying creatures didn't exist to them. They just looked at each other. In their eyes, there was only one opponent. This is the difference. We are really no match for them. Qingwan Hua sighed and said, if not for Ling Xiao agreeing to the life and death battle with Desert Cloud, with your strength, you wouldn't be able to take more than 10 moves from Desert Cloud. Is Desert Cloud really that powerful? Lin Yang was not convinced. Let's see. Qingwan Hua knew that Lin Yang had just obtained the ability to transform into a heavenly demon spider. His strength had increased greatly, so it was normal for him to be arrogant. But whether what she said was true or not, this battle would soon tell them. Let's fight. In a life and death battle, Ling Xiao and Desert Cloud had nothing to say. Desert Cloud instantly released his powerful sand martial soul. The sand surrounding his body was like a protective layer with life. Not only could it attack, but it could also easily block other people's attacks. His powerful aura scared the surrounding netherwolves, causing them to flee in all directions. They didn't even have the courage to attack. The number 1 genius of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. You really live up to your name. Unfortunately, you are still a disciple of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. You will be for life. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Desert Cloud and quickly entered the demonic blood dragon martial soul transformation. At the same time, the intermediate lava battle body and intermediate lightning battle body were released. The boiling lava and terrifying lightning blended together, making Ling Xiao a terrifying existence in the eyes of the nether wolves. The few nether wolves near Ling Xiao were killed on the spot. The rest fled in all directions. Seeing this scene, the audience couldn't help but be surprised. Desert Cloud is powerful. It's normal that he can scare away the nether wolves. But what does Ling Xiao have to do that? Could it be that he didn't use his full strength when he was fighting against Akira? That should be it. When he was fighting against Akira, I didn't see him use the lightning battle body. This kid actually has 2 intermediate battle bodies. Even in the history of our 8 Immortal Mountain, there has never been such a person. This time, even the experts who looked down on Ling Xiao couldn't help but praise Ling Xiao. 2 intermediate battle bodies. Not bad. You have indeed hidden some of your strength. But if you want to scare me with just this, you are too naive. On Desert Cloud's body, the wind was raging and the chaotic sand was completely wrapped around him. Any creature that came into contact with the sand was completely sucked dry on the spot and turned into a dried corpse. At this time, not only the nether wolves, but even the heavenly demon spiders didn't dare to approach this terrifying sandstorm. Desert Cloud fully displayed his strength. You are indeed stronger than Akira, but to make such a stupid request like signing a life and death contract, you are as stupid as Akira. Ling Xiao said coldly. Bullshit. Let's see if you can still be so glib after I kill you. With a roar, Desert Cloud stepped forward with his right leg. Chapter 2377. The powerful momentum of Desert Cloud's attack was like a mountain collapsing, causing the entire netherworld peak to tremble under the terrifying power. Dual intermediate physique. To put it bluntly, it's still an intermediate physique. It's meaningless. Facing my sand martial spirit, what ability do you have to survive? Storm Quicksand Spear. Kill, kill, kill. Desert Cloud's attack was not only powerful, but his momentum was also equally powerful. In the past, there was still Sha Hai suppressing him, so he was more restrained. Since Sha Hai was killed by Ling Xiao, Desert Cloud had no one in Eight Immortal Mountain that could suppress him. Whether it was strength or influence, he was a high and mighty existence. Therefore, his martial arts were also inclined towards tyrannical and violent. This storm quicksand spear did not look fancy, but that kind of terrifying power that pressed forward courageously made people unable to help but tremble with fear. You'd better use a high-level martial skill. No one can be stronger than me in a middle-level martial skill. Ling Xiao coldly looked at the storm quicksand spear and pushed it out. Starburst! This was the move that defeated Akira. Its power could not be said to be weak. Desert Cloud's storm quicksand spear was shattered by this violent star burst power. Then, this exploding sword light continued to move forward, stabbing towards Desert Cloud's body. Desert Cloud slightly frowned, but did not dodge at all. When Ling Xiao's sword light was about to hit him, the dragon-like sand that wrapped around his body suddenly appeared. It actually easily blocked the sword light and shattered it. The scattered energy killed several heavenly devil spiders that tried to sneak attack the two on the spot. Interesting attack. This is the attack you use to defeat junior sister Ling. It's a pity that you can use this move to deal with her, but against me, it's still far from enough. After saying this, Desert Cloud once again condensed powerful energy, attempting to launch a stronger attack. Just now, it was just a test. He wanted to know Ling Xiao's true level. From his point of view, Ling Xiao had to use all of his strength for an ordinary attack. This was clearly a far cry from his own strength. However, just as he was about to attack Ling Xiao, a group of heavenly devil spiders surrounded him and attacked him. Not good. Be careful of Ling Xiao taking advantage of the situation. Sand Eagle cried out in alarm. However, Ling Xiao just stood there, indifferently watching this scene, without any intention of making a move. Holy shit, boss is being too open and above board. If it were me, I would definitely have launched a sneak attack. Lin Yang could not help but smile bitterly when he saw that Ling Xiao did not attack Desert Cloud. That's the difference between you and him. He's too strong. He knows that he can defeat Sha Diyun, so he doesn't need to launch a sneak attack. Even if the sneak attack succeeds, he won't feel comfortable. Moreover, do you really think that a mere dozen heavenly demon spiders can affect the Desert Cloud? Dark Knight Formless watched this scene calmly and said to Lin Yang. Although Lin Yang was not a disciple of the Black Deity Mountain, he was much closer to him than he was to the Purple Deity Mountain Master. There were some things that needed to be said so that Lin Yang would not be at a disadvantage if he encountered such a situation in the future. In the blink of an eye, the Desert Cloud did not move at all. The heavenly demon spiders that were besieging him were suddenly grabbed by a dozen giant hands made of sand that flew up from the ground. In just a moment, they were turned into dried corpses. Those things that were a great threat to the Qinghuan flower were obviously insignificant to the Desert Cloud. Too strong. The Desert Cloud is really too strong. The Qinghuan flower was getting more and more worried. Could Ling Xiao really defeat such a powerful Desert Cloud? Hypocrite. If you had attacked just now, I would have thought that you were a straightforward person, but now I only find you disgusting. The Desert Cloud looked at Ling Xiao and scolded him. Hee, you think I didn't attack you because I was being kind? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "You're wrong. I don't need a few insects to kill you. You think too highly of yourself. Insolent. I'll kill you now. Let's see what you have to say." The sand of the Desert Cloud was stained with blood and seemed to become more violent. At the same time, Ling Xiao was also facing trouble. Another group of heavenly devil spiders attacked him from behind. Seeing this, the Desert Cloud sneered and did not stop. Instead, he strengthened his attack. I'll let you see my perfect mid-tier jade, martial skill. Quicksand raging flame, spear. The storm, like a burning fire, rushed towards Ling Xiao. The flames tore through the void. While Ling Xiao was dealing with the heavenly devil spiders, the storm wanted to kill Ling Xiao. This move was obviously more powerful than the one Desert Cloud had used before. It was probably the strongest mid-tier jade martial skill that the Desert Cloud had. This guy was arrogant. He thought that he did not need to use a high-tier jade martial skill to deal with Ling Xiao. So, he had been using a mid-tier jade martial skill from the beginning to the end. Only by killing Ling Xiao like this would he feel more glorious and satisfied. Shamelessness is a common trait of the sand race. Ling Xiao sneered and said, "You sand race people are only fit to be with animals. But unfortunately, even with the help of your kind, you can't kill me." Facing the pincer attack of the Desert Cloud and the heavenly devil spiders, Ling Xiao did not dodge. He stood there, just like how the Desert Cloud did before, with a cold smile on his face. Pretentious. Go to hell. Desert Cloud did not believe that Ling Xiao could play any tricks. He believed that his move was strong enough. Moreover, he was attacking Ling Xiao with the heavenly devil spiders. If he could not kill Ling Xiao, then Ling Xiao was too lucky. "Boss, you can't be careless." Lin Yong was so anxious that he could not stand still. He kept pacing back and forth. From his point of view, Ling Xiao's strength was not as good as Desert Cloud's. Now, with the heavenly devil spiders attacking from both sides, his boss's life was in danger. Qing Wanhua was also very nervous. She wanted to go up and help. But this was a life and death battle. No light in the night would not allow her to interfere. Even if she did, it would be useless. No light in the night squinted at the big screen and muttered to himself, "If this is all you've got, then your arrogance is too ignorant. Let me see what else you can do." Boom. Just when everyone thought that Ling Xiao was either dead or injured, Ling Xiao's body suddenly emitted a dazzling and terrifying lightning. This powerful lightning not only destroyed the heavenly devil spiders that were close to him, even Desert Cloud was sent flying by the impact. Desert Cloud was caught off guard and was almost injured. What was going on? Almost everyone wanted to ask the same question, including Ling Xiao's opponent, Desert Cloud. The sudden burst of power from Ling Xiao was more than just a little bit stronger than before. Advanced Battle Body. Advanced Lightning Battle Body. Chapter 2378. No Light in the Night was surprised and pleasantly surprised. Ling Xiao's advanced lightning battle body was beyond his expectation. "I didn't expect that among the disciples of the Eight Immortal Mountain, other than Akira, who sold his soul to the devil, there is someone else who can cultivate an advanced battle body. Interesting. Very interesting. I'm liking you more and more. Ha ha ha. Oh my God. Is the boss performing magic? How did he become so strong?" Lin Yong was also dumbfounded. He was quite arrogant before, but Desert Cloud's performance just now had hit him hard. But now, Ling Xiao's advanced lightning battle physique had completely blasted him to a crisp. He was completely dumbfounded. In front of these two monsters, he was nothing. "Bastard, you were hiding your strength." Desert Cloud was furious. Ling Xiao dared to hide his strength in front of him, which made him very unhappy. And no matter what, he was taking advantage of Lin Yang's perilous situation. It was a sneak attack. Even if the reason was dignified, if others said he was shameless, he couldn't refute. He used such a shameless method to deal with Ling Xiao, but he didn't succeed. How could he not be angry with such humiliation? "So, what if you hid your strength? It only means that you are too weak for me to use my full strength," Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Then he stomped his foot and flew out. Now, I'll show you what a real mid-tier jade martial skill is. You think you can use a martial skill at the perfection stage to embarrass yourself? With the heavy sword in his hand, thunder rumbled. Under the effects of advanced lightning battle constitution, the power of all of Ling Xiao's moves had increased significantly. The enhancement of a combat constitution was not only an increase in defense or attack. A combat constitution could give a warrior the power of a combat constitution, which could then strengthen all their moves. Kid, show me all your strength if you have the ability, or you won't have a chance. Desert Cloud was most afraid of Ling Xiao's sudden burst of strength that caught him off guard. For example, the advanced Thunderbolt battle physique this time had put him in a difficult position. You're not qualified. The fourth move of the Thunderbolt Meteor Sword Art, Heaven's Fall. Great success. With a sneer, Ling Xiao arrived in front of Desert Cloud. Middle stage, large success stage, martial skill. Is Ling Xiao joking? Everyone who heard Ling Xiao's roar had the same thought, including the Desert Cloud. Whether it was a joke or not, they would soon find out. Sword Chi fell from the void as if the sky was falling. The gigantic lightning sword Chi, which was as thick as a bowl, directly hit the Desert Cloud's defense. The defense of the Sand Martial Spirit was indeed outstanding. He actually managed to block the sword Chi. However, things were not over yet. Although the sword Chi did not directly hit Desert Cloud, the terrifying impact still sent Desert Cloud flying. In midair, Desert Cloud spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale. It seems that the defense of your Sand Martial Spirit is not that good. Ling Xiao stood in the void with his sword in hand, looking coldly at Desert Cloud, and said, "What you said just now, I want to return it to you. If you don't use your Jade Grade martial skill, now you won't have a chance." After saying this, his body flashed and turned into a bolt of lightning, attacking Desert Cloud again. This scene was clearly reflected in everyone's eyes. Everyone was shocked. They thought that even if Ling Xiao could defeat Akira, he would not stand a chance against Desert Cloud. They thought that Desert Cloud would be able to suppress Ling Xiao. But now, the situation seemed to be the opposite. Desert Cloud was actually forced to retreat. He only had the power to defend, but not the power to fight back. This Ling Xiao actually cultivated the advanced lightning battle body. This is really a huge surprise. Just like what he said, if Desert Cloud did not use his Jade Grade martial skill, I'm afraid he would be defeated. The green Immortal Mountain Master looked at this scene nervously. He thought that Ling Xiao was courting death by choosing to fight Desert Cloud. That way, he would not have to apologize to Ling Xiao, nor would he have to promise Ling Xiao anything. But now, it seemed that Ling Xiao did not show any signs of defeat. Sand Eagle was also nervous. If even Desert Cloud could not kill Ling Xiao, then the Sand Race would be completely defeated today. Although he could still think of a way to deal with Ling Xiao after he entered the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain. But he really did not want to see that scene. He did not want to see Ling Xiao become a disciple of the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain. That would be too unfair to his dead brother. Don't worry, young Master Sand. Ling Xiao will not win. Don't forget how powerful Desert Cloud's Jade Grade martial skill is. The purple Immortal Mountain Master reminded, Ling Xiao is shining brightly now. When he dies, he will still be a corpse. Don't worry. That's right, Desert Cloud. Don't hide anymore. Ling Xiao has already grown to such a stage. Even if you use your Jade Grade martial skill to kill him, it won't be embarrassing. Sand Eagle suddenly shouted towards the direction of the battlefield. Hearing this, those who supported Ling Xiao suddenly became nervous. Lin Ruoxian's body trembled slightly. That was because he was worried, agitated, and uneasy. Ling Xiao, you have to live. You have to. Ling Xiao could not lose in a battle of life and death. Once he did, it would mean death. Lin Ruoxian could not bear to see Ling Xiao being killed. She hoped that a miracle would happen. She hoped that Ling Xiao could step into the Upper Eight Immortal Mountain openly and become a disciple of the same level as her. Boss, you are a legend in my eyes. Don't let this legend be destroyed. Lin Yong also watched the battle anxiously. Although Ling Xiao had the upper hand now, everyone knew that Desert Cloud still had a powerful trump card that he had not used yet. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, had probably used all his strength. Ling Xiao, you have to keep your word. We have to step into the Upper Eight Immortal Mountain together. Otherwise, even if you die, I will not forgive you. You can't lie to me. Qingluan Flower was also very nervous. If Ling Xiao died, she felt that she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. The reason why Ling Xiao chose Desert Cloud was to let her and Lin Yang step into the Upper Eight Immortal Mountain together. She understood this all too well, but she could not accept the cruel reality of Ling Xiao dying. Because of this, at this moment, the Nether Wolf and Heavenly Demon Spider had either escaped or died. Because they knew how strong these two monsters were, only the Nether Heavenly Demon was still floating nearby. It seemed like it was still looking for an opportunity to seize a body. The Nether Heavenly Demon was a spiritual body. They could not attack in their spiritual body state, but they could seize and occupy other bodies. Ling Xiao and Desert Cloud were so strong. They were all waiting for one or both of them to fall to the ground and let them seize their bodies. I'm so annoyed. Ling Xiao, since you want to die, then I'll let you see what a real high-tier Jade grade martial skill is like. You should be very clear that even if it's a high-tier Jade grade martial skill, there are still differences. So what if you have a high-tier lightning body? You'll still die. Chapter 2379. Desert Cloud roared angrily. Qingluan Flower and Akira's high-tier Jade grade martial skills are just martial skills from the Eight Immortal Mountain. They are the lowest tier of high-tier Jade grade martial skills. As for my high-grade Jade grade martial skill, I learned it from the sand race. The quality cannot be mentioned in the same breath. He punched Ling Xiao away, his aura rising sharply. The rising sandstorm simply wrapped the entire nether peak inside. Heaven and earth turned dark. Sandrace's high-tier Jade grade martial skill? Good, let me see it. I hope it won't disappoint me. Facing Desert Cloud's powerful martial skill, Ling Xiao was not afraid. Instead, he was excited. Every time he encountered a strong opponent, he would have a good breakthrough and comprehension. Now that he met Desert Cloud, who could barely be called a strong opponent, he could finally stimulate the potential in his body. Akira was too weak. He did not have the qualifications. Yellow sand filled the sky. The wind roared. Desert Cloud walked out of the sandstorm, and his body was covered in a layer of earthen yellow armor. In his hand, he held a 3-meter-long spear. On the spear, there was an astonishing power. So much so that the Nether Heavenly Demons roaming in the sky quietly fled far away. The Nether Heavenly Demons were naturally afraid of death. In the face of a powerful attack, they would also feel fear. The terrifying spear instantly arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Black Sandstorm Dragon Spear. Amidst the roar, an earth-shattering black sandstorm swept over the nether peak. The terrifying power was completely focused on Ling Xiao. The power of this attack was incomparably strong. It was not that Desert Cloud was boasting, but it was indeed much stronger than Qingluan Flower and Akira's high-tier Jade grade martial skill. The spectators were all amazed. Desert Cloud had such achievements at such a young age. He was indeed a genius of the sand race. At this time, even Lin Ruoxian was worried for Ling Xiao. The reason for that was because even she was able to sense how powerful that attack was. Although she would be able to receive it, it would be very difficult for her to do so. Would Ling Xiao really be able to block it? Brat, what kind of method are you going to use to resist? No Light in the Night was also looking forward to something. Although he didn't know what it was, his intuition told him that Ling Xiao would give him a surprise. Ha 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 ha! Good. Good timing. Facing Desert Cloud's brazen attack, Ling Xiao actually laughed out loud. Empty bravado? Die. What else can you rely on now? Desert Cloud was very uncomfortable with Ling Xiao's laughter, but he did not believe that Ling Xiao still had a trump card. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could change his fate of being killed. However, the next moment, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom! A brutal aura was released from Ling Xiao's body. The advanced lava battle body instantly enveloped Ling Xiao's entire body. What? Dual advanced battle bodies. This Ling Xiao is simply a monster. How did he succeed in cultivating it? This time, almost all the mountain lords stood up from their seats. They were amazed by Ling Xiao's terrifying potential. At that moment, Desert Cloud's attack hit Ling Xiao's heavy sword. The advanced lava battle body desperately resisted. It's useless. Even if you have dual advanced battle bodies, you will still die. The terrifying black sandstorm dragon spear pierced through the advanced lava battle body armor and only paused for a moment. There's still a surprise. Why are you in such a hurry? Ling Xiao sneered. His aura rose again. He released all of his cultivation. Late stage of the first transformation, second floor of hell. This terrifying power allowed him to face ordinary martial artists of the third level of hell without fear. What? The black sandstorm dragon spear was blocked by the lava battle body armor that had healed. Desert Cloud was completely dumbfounded. Him. How did his cultivation improve so quickly? The onlookers were all amazed, including Lin Ruoxian. She remembered clearly that when she protected Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the peak of the first floor of hell. In just a few days, Ling Xiao had broken through to the late stage of the first floor of hell. At the same time, he had also condensed the advanced thunder battle body and advanced lava battle body. With these multiple enhancements, Ling Xiao finally managed to block Shayun's spear and even managed to shatter that violent spear. This kid is really full of surprises. No Light in the Night's eyes were shining with excitement. He had never looked forward to seeing a disciple of the lower 8 immortal mountain so much. Impossible. This is impossible. How did his cultivation level increase so quickly? How did he cultivate? Sand Eagle was extremely nervous. Although he was a disciple of the upper 8 immortal mountain, his cultivation was only at the peak of the first floor of hell. If Ling Xiao continued to improve at this speed, it would be too easy to catch up with him. He felt panic. At this time, on the battlefield, Ling Xiao laughed. Desert Cloud, this is the high-tier Jade grade martial skill you were bragging about. I don't think it's that good. You bastard. I can't do anything to you, but you can't kill me either. Desert Cloud could only comfort himself with this thought. With Ling Xiao's current strength, he couldn't kill him at all. Because Ling Xiao had the demonic tyrant blood dragon martial spirit transformation, dual advanced battle bodies, and the late stage of the first floor of hell. When all of these powers were combined, he was definitely not weaker than him. Is that so? You think too highly of yourself. Today, I will show you what a high-tier Jade grade attack is. Ling Xiao withdrew the advanced lava battle body. Only the advanced thunder battle body was left. His body exploded with astonishing power amidst the lightning. Impossible. You don't know any high-tier Jade grade martial skills, right? Desert Cloud was shocked. That's right. I don't know any high-tier Jade grade martial skills, but I know a high-tier Jade grade secret technique. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. He had only used the Berserk Thunder art once, and that was when he controlled his cultivation to the peak of the first floor of hell. Its power was already very terrifying, but this time he used the demonic tyrant blood dragon martial spirit transformation, advanced thunder battle body, and the late stage of the first floor of hell. The moment the Berserk Thunder art was released, a huge crack appeared in the sky. Terrifying lightning continued to fall, condensing on the secret technique sword in Ling Xiao's hand. Seeing this scene, the people in front of the screen were shocked. What's going on? A high-tier, jade-grade secret technique? Many people were confused. After all, secret techniques were not what the 8 Immortal Mountain was good at. They were very unfamiliar with soul power battle skills. Ha ha ha, it can't be wrong. It can't be wrong. This is a high-tier jade grade secret technique. And its grade is very high. Although it's only at the small success stage, the power released is probably much stronger than Desert Cloud's high-tier jade grade martial skill. No Light in the Night was a founding elder, and he was the only one present who recognized the secret technique Ling Xiao used. Terrifying lightning continued to condense on the secret technique sword. At that moment, Desert Cloud, who bore the brunt of the lightning, was the first to feel great fear. Chapter 2380. Facing Ling Xiao's terrifying attack, Desert Cloud actually cried out in fear. Ling Xiao, where it's possible to let people off, one should spare them. As long as you don't kill me, I'll definitely thank you. Idiot, don't you know that this is a life and death battle? Also, you're so shameless. Who would dare to believe your words? Die, Desert Cloud. Ling Xiao obviously wouldn't let Desert Cloud go. Desert Cloud had already shown his shameless side by taking advantage of others. If he was merciful now, he believed that he would soon receive his revenge. Therefore, even if he didn't kill Desert Cloud, this attack would completely cripple Desert Cloud. I'm from the sand race. You can't kill me. The terrified Desert Cloud used all his elemental energy to defend himself. The thick sand formed layer after layer of protection on the surface of his body. However, it was all useless. Ling Xiao's Berserk Thunder art was finally released. Wrapped in the power of the high-grade lightning body, the pressure of the Imperial Heaven-Earth Queen, and the battle intent of the tyrannical blood demon dragon. It heavily bombarded the layers of sand. In just an instant, that seemingly sturdy and indestructible armor instantly shattered. The terrifying Berserk Thunder art struck Desert Cloud's body. The thunder was roaring. Desert Cloud was howling. People could even see the flickering bones of Desert Cloud when the thunder struck him. Die. Ling Xiao didn't show mercy. After the Berserk Thunder art, he followed up with another sword. Desert Cloud's body was torn into pieces in the air, falling down and being eaten by the hell wolves hiding at the side. Not even a complete corpse was left. Dead silence. The entire place was dead silent. The entire 8 Immortal Mountain fell into dead silence. Although the scene in front of them was so real, many people couldn't believe it. They couldn't understand how the number 1 genius of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain, Desert Cloud, lost to Ling Xiao. And he died so miserably. Ha ha ha, boss won. Boss won. Lin Yong was the first to break the silence. His excited voice spread through the crowd like a plague. At this time, almost everyone came to their senses. The originally deathly silent scene instantly became chaotic. People mumbled to themselves, and some even rubbed their eyes with all their might because they really could not believe what they were seeing, until Ling Xiao stepped out of the teleportation array. Many people were still in shock and had yet to recover from the shock. His mind was completely blank. Ling Xiao versus Desert Cloud. Ling Xiao wins. So far, the 3 people who will go to the 8 Immortal Mountain have been decided. Ling Xiao, Lin Yang, and Qingluan Flower. No Light in the Night announced the results. This made many people who still couldn't believe their eyes finally have no choice but to believe. Ling Xiao really killed the #1 genius of the Eight Immortals Mountain and became a disciple of the Eight Immortals Mountain. This was simply a legend, like a dream. Such a result was undoubtedly a huge surprise for the people of the Black Immortal Mountain, Qingyuan Flower, Lin Yang, and Lin Ruoxian, who had a good relationship with Ling Xiao. And for the Scarlet Immortal Mountain, it was a huge blow. One had to know that in the second round, the Scarlet Immortal Mountain had 2 teams that stayed behind, and the #1 team, Desert Cloud and Akira, were both there. At that time, not only the Scarlet Immortal Mountain, but also everyone else probably thought that the Scarlet Immortal Mountain would be the biggest winner of this round. But now the round was completely over. Akira was dead. Desert Cloud was dead. Not a single person from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain advanced. On the contrary, Team Skyscraper, which was the least favored at the beginning, actually had 3 people advance at the same time. All of this seemed to be related to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was simply the nemesis of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. Scarlet Immortal Mountain's leader, Scarlet Immortal Mountain, who had already left the scene, vomited blood in the Sandrace's meeting hall and fainted on the spot. Even Saren's face was ashen. Losing to No Light in the Night was not shameful because everyone knew how strong No Light in the Night was. But Desert Cloud and Akira both lost to Ling Xiao. This was too shameful because everyone knew that Ling Xiao was very weak. But whether he admitted it or not, Ling Xiao was the most dazzling person in the entire arena. Rather than saying that Team Skyscraper was strong, it was more accurate to say that Ling Xiao had changed everything with his own strength. If not for him, the Scarlet Immortal Mountain team would have finished off all their opponents in the first round. If not for him, Lin Yang and Qingyuan Flower would not have advanced at the same time in the second round. Lin Ruoxian happily went to congratulate Ling Xiao, but Sand Eagle said coldly behind her, "Be careful that your joy turns to sorrow. Lin Ruoxian, remember, you will always be my woman. Don't think that you can rest easy just because Ling Xiao defeated Desert Cloud. Desert Cloud is just a dog of the sand race. When we reach the upper Immortal Mountain, I will let him know what hell is." Lin Ruoxian sneered coldly and ignored the idiot. Instead, she walked over, opened her mouth, and left a red mark on Ling Xiao's face. She did it on purpose for Sand Eagle to see. In the past, she did not dare to do this because she was worried that Ling Xiao would not be Sand Eagle's opponent, and that Sand Eagle would attack Ling Xiao. But today, she was not afraid, because she saw it. With Ling Xiao's talent, it would not be long before he surpassed Sand Eagle. In front of him, Sand Eagle was nothing. Seeing this scene, Sand Eagle was about to explode in anger. He glared fiercely at Ling Xiao, then turned and left in a hurry. Instead of watching Ling Xiao gloat over there, he might as well let him die a quick death. That would be too unbearable. Ling Xiao felt the warmth on his face and was stunned for a moment. He did not expect that Lin Ruoxian would be so bold as to kiss him in front of so many people. At that moment, he was really embarrassed. Fortunately, No Light in the Night came over and asked about Ling Xiao, Lin Yang, and Qingyuan. Then he said, "From today onwards, you 3 are disciples of the Dark Race, and also disciples of the Upper Immortal Mountain. Entering the Upper Immortal Mountain is only the first step. Next, your test has just begun. You will encounter more powerful opponents in the Upper Immortal Mountain. Whether you can survive or not will depend on your ability. I must pour a bucket of cold water on you. In the past, there have been many cases of disciples who had just joined the Upper Immortal Mountain being sent back to the Lower Immortal Mountain after a month. Some of them even died directly in the cruel trials of the Eight Immortals Mountain, never to have the chance to go back. Grand Elder, please don't scare us. We're just happy." Lin Yang smiled wryly. I'm not trying to scare you. I'm just telling the truth. All right, the others may leave. You three will follow me to the upper immortal mountain. If you want to officially become a member of the dark race, you will need to go through a few simple ceremonies. I personally hate this kind of ceremony, but rules are rules. No Light in the Night's attitude was much more amiable than before. Perhaps it was because the three geniuses standing in front of him were going to become members of the dark race. Chapter 2381. Before returning to the 8 Immortal Mountain, shouldn't the Mountain Master of Green Immortal Mountain fulfill his promise? Ling Xiao didn't forget about his bet with the Mountain Master of Green Immortal Mountain. Back then, the old man had mocked and ridiculed him. He wanted to embarrass the old man. This was what it meant by an eye for an eye. Ling Xiao, I'm the Mountain Master of Green Immortal Mountain, and an elder of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Can you give me some face? As the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. As long as you pretend that the bet didn't happen, I'll definitely repay you in the future. The Mountain Master of Green Immortal Mountain naturally wouldn't apologize in front of everyone. That would be too embarrassing. All right, I'll give in and apologize in front of everyone. However, the Mountain Master of Green Immortal Mountain said that you can agree to a request of mine, right? Ling Xiao didn't have any deep grudges with the Mountain Master of Green Immortal Mountain. After thinking about it, he decided to be a generous person. There was no point in apologizing. Anyway, he wouldn't get any tangible benefits and would even offend such a powerful enemy. There was no need. However, the other request was a tangible benefit. He wouldn't let it go. Moreover, this request wouldn't offend the Mountain Master of Green Immortal Mountain. It would be a waste if he didn't accept it. No problem. As long as it's a reasonable request, just say it. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the Mountain Master of Green Immortal Mountain was instantly relieved. In fact, he was really regretting it now. Ling Xiao's performance was so shocking that he knew that he was blind. However, he couldn't put down his pride. Once he apologized, it would be difficult for him to continue being the Mountain Master. He was really happy that Ling Xiao didn't let him apologize. Next, as long as Ling Xiao's request wasn't excessive, he would agree. Actually, it's not a difficult request. I've offended many people. If I encounter danger in the future, I hope that Senior can help me. 3 times is enough. The Mountain Master of Green Immortal Mountain was an elder of the 8 Immortal Mountain. He was strong. At least at this stage, with his protection, there shouldn't be any danger. No problem. For the sake of his face, the Mountain Master of Green Immortal Mountain had to agree to Ling Xiao's request. Moreover, this request wasn't excessive. He only needed to help 3 times. Although he wasn't an expert like No Light in the Night, ordinary people weren't his match. Immortal Mountain Master of Immortal Mountain. Mountain. Qingluan Immortal Mountain. If it's not for you, Qingluan Immortal Flower wouldn't. Qingluan Immortal Mountain is an Immortal Mountain Flower. Take this soul lock card. It has a strand of my divine sense. If you are in danger, just pour your soul force into it, and I will rush over immediately. In the future, even if he went to the upper 8 Immortal Mountain, if anyone dared to bully him, they would have to consider whether they were a match for the Green Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master. Goodbye. After returning to 8 Immortal Mountain, Ling Xiao, Lin Yang, and Qingluan Immortal Flower all had a day to say goodbye to their former fellow disciples. That night, Black Immortal Mountain had a table full of food and wine. There weren't many people. Only Yi Wuxing, Feng Ru, Ho Renfeng, and Purple Immortal Mountain's Lin Yang were there. Lin Yang was now considered half a member of Black Immortal Mountain. In Purple Immortal Mountain, he wasn't welcomed. Originally, It was an honor for Purple Immortal Mountain that he could ascend to 8 Immortal Mountain. But the mountain master of Purple Immortal Mountain had a screw loose and insisted on pursuing the matter of violets. Lin Yang was already unhappy with Purple Immortal Mountain. After the mountain master made a fuss, he naturally came to Black Immortal Mountain. After 3 rounds of wine, Green Immortal Mountain's mountain master suddenly rushed to Black Immortal Mountain. Her face was obviously anxious. This made Ling Xiao's heart skip a beat. Something that could make Green Immortal Mountain's mountain master so anxious was probably not a small matter, and it was very likely to be related to the Qingyuan Immortal Flower. If it wasn't related to the Qingyuan Immortal Flower, Green Immortal Mountain's mountain master wouldn't have come to Black Immortal Mountain to look for Ling Xiao. The Qingyuan Immortal Flower isn't here. Seeing that the Qingyuan Immortal Flower was not on the table, Green Immortal Mountain's mountain master became even more anxious. Shouldn't she be at Green Immortal Mountain? We haven't seen each other since we returned to 8 Immortal Mountain. Ling Xiao frowned and said, "Mountain Master." Just when Ling Xiao was puzzled by the sudden disappearance of the Qingyuan Immortal Flower, a disciple at the foot of the mountain ran up. Judging from his clothes, he was a disciple of Green Immortal Mountain. "What's the matter?" Green Immortal Mountain's mountain master asked. As soon as the Hill Lord left, someone delivered a note. That disciple hurriedly handed the note in his hand to Green Immortal Mountain's mountain master. After glancing at the note, Green Immortal Mountain's mountain master gave the note to Ling Xiao with a strange expression and said, "This note is for you." Ling Xiao took it and read it curiously. A paragraph was clearly written on it. "Come to the back of the mountain alone at the 3rd watch tonight. If you don't come, the Qingyuan Immortal Flower will die." Seeing the words on the note, Ling Xiao frowned hard. Anyone who wasn't an idiot could see it. The person who wrote this note kidnapped the Qingyuan Immortal Flower, and the target was Ling Xiao. For a moment, he really didn't know who the opponent was. After all, he had offended many people. The Devil Shadow Sect, the 3 big families, Mo Feiyu, the Sand Clan, the Red Immortal Mountain, the Purple Immortal Mountain, and so on. Humph, who cares who he is? How dare he provoke me and kidnap my friend? He must be tired of living. Ling Xiao snorted in his heart and stood up. Then he said, "Everyone, I'm going out for a while. Enjoy your meal." Did something happen to the Qingyuan Immortal Flower? Green Immortal Mountain's mountain master asked. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Someone kidnapped her and asked me to go alone. If I bring someone else, I'll have to kill the Qingyuan Immortal Flower. So, I'm the only one who can go." "This is obviously a trap." Yi Knight Formless frowned and said, "Ling Xiao, you can't be reckless." "I know it's a trap, but so what? Don't tell me you don't care about the Qingyuan Immortal Flower." Ling Xiao said calmly, "Besides, I love to destroy other people's traps. Those who use traps and traps to plot against me often suffer a double loss." "Don't be careless." Yi Knight Formless frowned. "Of course I won't agree. Master of Green Immortal Mountain, don't use your soul-locking token at the critical moment." Ling Xiao naturally understood that the enemy already knew his strength. It was impossible for them not to send experts to set up a trap. The Master of Green Immortal Mountain was one of the key factors in turning the situation around. It would be a waste not to use it. "Don't worry. As long as you use the soul-locking token, I'll immediately rush over. Although I'm not as strong as Yi Knight Formless, I've cultivated a secret technique." The Master of Green Immortal Mountain said, "That's good. I'm leaving." It was almost midnight. Ling Xiao rushed out of Black Immortal Mountain and headed to the back of the mountain. The mountain was a forbidden area of 8 Immortal Mountain. Generally, disciples of 8 Immortal Mountain were not allowed to enter. However, Ling Xiao had already ascended to 8 Immortal Mountain and was barely qualified.